Chapter 1051, The God's Dominion. Su Ping lowered his head and said politely, "Thank you for your protection, Master." "It's your senior brother Bei Yan that you should thank." Shen Huang looked in a certain direction and said, "He's safe now. You can go about your business now." Su Ping was surprised. Ripples appeared in the void. A tall, black-clad young man appeared out of nowhere. He had quite the cold demeanor with eyebrows that resembled swords. He bowed and said, "Yes, sir." Then he added, "About that ascendant assassin's body." "It's all yours," said Shen Huang with a casual smile. The young man left the matter to rest. He glanced at Su Ping and said casually, "Junior brother, reach the ascendant state as soon as possible. We're all waiting for you." He simply fled into the void and left after saying that. Shen Huang noticed Su Ping's confusion. He smiled and said, "Your senior brother was protecting you on your way over. The Dark Tower didn't give up. They sent an ascendant state expert to follow you and look for weaknesses. Unfortunately for them, Bei Yan excels at stalking." He showed regret as he added, "That ascendant state assassin from the Dark Tower killed himself. We didn't have a chance to interrogate him. However, I think I know who sent an assassin against you this time." Su Ping realized what happened and had mixed feelings about it. The Dark Tower had truly kept on trying to kill him. However, the ascendant assassin who followed him had chosen to kill himself under Bei Yan's pursuit. It was indeed shocking. Is senior brother Bei Yan a heavenly lord? Su Ping thought. He didn't ask though, as he would find out sooner or later. "If I may ask, Master, who was it that tried to kill me?" "You don't need to know that just yet," said Shen Huang with a smile. "I'll get back at them on your behalf. The assassination is actually related to the upcoming trials. That is also why I summoned you." "Is my master not telling me who he is, because he will notice if I figure it out?" Su Ping was intrigued. He found that his master's choice of words was rather strange. His master would just get back at them, not kill them. So, his enemy was likely another Lord Supreme. "Master, what is that trial about?" "The turbulence of the universe is escalating, which may lead to crises in the future. We have decided to concentrate our resources in order to accelerate the growth of the highest-performing geniuses." Shen Huang said, "This trial will be held in an ancient treasure trove. It has limited openings and high admission requirements. You can't possibly survive there unless you're as strong as the ones listed in the top 50 of the Divine Lord rank." "Is it that difficult?" Su Ping was surprised. The top 50 of every Divine Lord rank in the universe amounted to only 600 people in total. You've experienced an assassination attempt from the Dark Tower. The last assassin didn't manage to attack. The 6-star lords who surrounded you were the Dark Tower's best assassins in the old days. They hid in the home of Havoc for years, and they certainly became stronger. You were able to kill them all and escape. So, you must be among the top 3 of the Divine Lord rank by now, right? Shen Huang looked at Su Ping with a smile. He was indeed satisfied with his new disciple. He was already surprising enough when Su Ping left the Celestial Court and could easily meet the trial's requirements. He rose to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank so quickly that it was almost a miracle. He was currently in the star state, yet he was able to beat 6 top assassins, which attested to his shocking potential. Shen Huang simply wished he could be delighted once again when Su Ping reached the ascendant state. He didn't think that Su Ping would stop at the Heavenly Lord realm. He hoped that Su Ping would reach the celestial state before the catastrophe of the universe happened. If he was able to raise a celestial state disciple, the balance of the entire universe might be tilted to their favor. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of time left, and he didn't know if he could accomplish that. More or less, Su Ping nodded. Shen Huang was surprised to see how casual and confident Su Ping was. He chuckled and said, "Tell me the truth. How strong are you right now? This concerns the arrangements I'll be making for you in the God's Dominion. My reason to call you back in advance is because I wanted to measure your combat ability." Since his master phrased it that way, Su Ping found it inappropriate to keep his strength a secret any longer. He didn't think his master would kill him because of jealousy. Besides, his real trump card was the system's store. Su Ping considered for a moment and said, I haven't tried my hand against all kinds of opponents yet, but I think I can beat anyone under the ascendant state. Even the prince of a high-ranked god's clan had been killed by him after cultivating a second small world. He didn't really think that the Star Lords in the Federation were remarkable in his eyes. He had also been absorbing a tremendous amount of power of faith from the cultivation sites, which filled up his two small worlds and further increased his combat ability. Although it was still impossible for him to fight anyone in the ascendant state, he had yet to meet any Star Lord on par with him. You can beat anyone underneath the ascendant state. It was obvious that Shen Huang wasn't expecting Su Ping to be that bold. However, all his disciples were unparalleled geniuses who always considered themselves superior to the rest. Su Ping wasn't an exception. He smiled and said, Is that so? I'll run a test for you then. Get ready to practice with your senior brothers. My senior brothers? Su Ping was stunned by his master's decision. He quickly waved his hand and said, Master, my senior brothers are too strong for me. I can't possibly fight against ascendants yet. Shen Huang felt amused by the response. You think I'm letting you fight against ascendants? You have several senior brothers slightly older than you. They were recruited 3,000 years earlier than you. All of them are Star Lords right now. 3,000 years. Su Ping was lost for words and then mumbled to himself, that doesn't count as slightly. Soon after, Shen Huang summoned his senior brothers. Diaz, who was recruited alongside him, was also there. All 7 of you are my disciples who have yet to reach the ascendant state. Shen Huang looked at the 7 people in the temple. Apart from Su Ping and Diaz, the other 5 disciples were 4 males and 1 female. All of them kept their heads lowered at the moment. They had only been under Shen Huang's tutorship for no more than 3,000 years, and were still wary of him. As for the senior brothers who had been recruited earlier on and had spent more time with him, they acted less awkwardly in his presence. They kept their heads down, but they were also quietly observing Su Ping. All of them had all heard a thing or two about the newly recruited disciple. After all, the elimination rounds of the Golden Star Zone were held in the Celestial Court. Su Ping became even more famous after winning the championship of the Universe Geniuses contest. They had paid attention to him not because he was the champion, but because he had miraculously condensed a small world while still in the Fate state. It had rarely happened in the past 100,000 years. As for the championship, 4 of the 5 disciples were champions when they participated in the contest. After all, the competition was held every 300 years and would produce a new champion with every edition. Some ascendant state experts would spend thousands of years training in seclusion. There would be a dozen new champions of the Universe Geniuses contest when they came out. Celestials were short of anything but champion disciples. On the other hand, Diaz grimaced at Su Ping and kept dropping hints at him, as if reminding him that they should fight again someday. Once Su Ping left the Celestial Court, Diaz learned of the requirement the former had to fulfill, and knew that Su Ping's combat ability could already rank among the top 10 on the Divine Lord rank. Fortunately, his family had given him a precious material for his cultivation. 2 ascendant state experts of the family had been killed in the process. Luckily, the item had been quite effective for him, and further activated his reincarnation divine constitution. It also boosted his level to the Star Lord state, making him a lot stronger. His current combat ability ranked among the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank 2. I've summoned you because you may take part in an upcoming trial. Shen Huang told them about the matters of the God's dominion. Then he said, I'll offer you help according to your combat ability. You may spar today. All of them rubbed their fists eagerly upon hearing that they were to compete in the palace. Their families had already informed them in secret about the trial, so they weren't too surprised. Su Ping, you may pick any of them. Shen Huang smiled. Of the 7 disciples, he thought most highly of Su Ping. Considering the latter's bold claim and his achievement of having annihilated 6 Dark Tower assassins, he believed that Su Ping was already among the top 3 of the Divine Lord rank. None of the other 6 disciples were able to beat Su Ping, so he gave the latter a chance to pick. Diaz and the other disciples looked at Su Ping in surprise after hearing what their master said. Their master's tone was particularly gentle when he spoke to Su Ping. Also, he gave the young man a chance to pick. Isn't he biased towards Su Ping? However, they found it understandable given the miracles he worked while being in the star state. Junior brother, I currently rank 7th on the Divine Lord rank. I heard you were allowed to leave the Celestial Court when you became as good as the top 10 people of the Divine Lord rank while still being a star state cultivator. I should be the perfect match to practice with you, said a smiling young man to Su Ping. He seemed friendly and good-willed. Su Ping knew that his master wanted to gauge his real strength, which concerned the following trial. He didn't intend to hide it any longer. Why don't all of you come together? Su Ping ventured. The temple fell silent after he said that. Diaz was dumbfounded, and so was the young man who had just spoken. The other disciples seemed to be doubting their own ears. What the heck? Has our junior brother lost his mind? Or is he just too eager to show off in front of Master? Shen Huang, however, laughed and said, all right then. Like he said, all 6 of you will fight him together. Let's see how good your junior brother is. All 6 disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. All of them had a similar standing given their disciple status. Why is he that exceptional? Junior brother, are you serious? The only woman among the 6 disciples frowned and asked. She was slightly angered due to Su Ping's arrogance. Diaz gnashed his teeth and asked, what's the meaning of this? He had intended to compete with Su Ping and see which of the 2 was stronger. However, it seemed that Su Ping didn't even care about him. Chapter 1052, One Swing of the Sword. Senior brothers and sister, please forgive me. Su Ping cupped his hands at his 5 senior brothers and sister. As for Diaz, he purposefully avoided looking at him. Diaz was so infuriated by Su Ping's attitude, he almost wanted to tackle and beat the latter hard. However, he also knew he would most likely be the one getting beat up in a one-on-one duel. The other 5 disciples didn't say anything else, seeing Su Ping acting that boldly. They would merely be carrying out their master's orders, even though it seemed unfair. Just get ready. Shen Huang raised his hand and waved it, causing an opening in space. The opening was quickly extended, as if multiple layers had been broken. It went straight into a deeper space. Then a small world appeared in the cracked void, which turned out to be a vast, ancient arena. There were huge swamps and forests, as well as chaotic energy that could be absorbed. 2 of the 5 disciples flew in first. The other 3 glanced at Su Ping and followed the others. Humph, just wait for my beating. Diaz glared at Su Ping and also flashed into the world. He had already come up with a plan, capitalizing on the opportunity to give Su Ping a few punches. Su Ping didn't wait too long. He also stepped into the world. You're not allowed to use your pets in this battle, said Shen Huang. He planned to measure his disciples' personal combat ability. Although pets were also part of a battle pet warrior's strength, they couldn't be used under special circumstances. The small arena was closed after Su Ping stepped in. Creating a world by simply raising his head. Is this what celestial experts are capable of? Su Ping stepped into the arena and examined the auras given by the systematic laws around him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The place was obviously too small to be his master's small world. The latter had simply established a world with a mere thought. Junior brother, let's fight first, said the young 7th spot holder on the Divine Lord rank who had challenged Su Ping earlier. Senior brother after you. Su Ping didn't say anything else, because speaking more would only make him sound more arrogant. Might as well convince everyone with strength alone. Diaz and the others didn't move. They obviously trusted the young man's combat ability. After all, he couldn't have risen to the Divine Lord rank 7th place with his tongue. Bang! The young man suddenly took out a spear, then dashed towards Su Ping like a dragon. Good movement technique. The man was tall and sharp, and yet unpredictable. He approached Su Ping at a high speed, crossing a long distance with every step. He approached Su Ping in the mere blink of an eye. An oval illusion reflecting his small world appeared in front of the spear, and an overwhelming rush of faith power surged out, adding a dazzling brilliance to the spear. Freeze! Su Ping raised his hand, activating the path of time and space. Everything around him quickly slowed down until it was frozen. Even the dust that had been raised was solidified in midair too. However, the young man was completely unaffected by the freezing wave. Rather, he suddenly accelerated, while a gray and black tornado was unleashed from his spear. Law of destruction, not bad. There was admiration in Su Ping's eyes. The guy's law of destruction had been perfected, and it was being used to break the space-time confinement. He could barely be restricted by any laws in the world. That was how powerful the law of destruction was. However, Su Ping could do that too. The space and time that had been destroyed were being regenerated and spread toward the young man again. Double covering, Su Ping whispered. Above the law of time and space, which was being regenerated with the law of vitality, another law of time and space was performed. The young man was then immediately slowed down and almost frozen. The latter roared when he almost stopped moving, and the scorching sun at the tip of his spear burst out. The reflection of his small world exploded. The horrifying destruction law tore apart the dual spaces. Then, he quickly stabbed at Su Ping, like a bloody shark that had just crawled out of furious tides. Su Ping raised his hand and knocked the unstoppable spear away with the speed of a phantom. The young man moved dozens of meters back with the counterforce and breathed heavily before he looked back at Su Ping in shock. That was a close one. He was almost frozen by Su Ping's law of time and space. Su Ping could have instantly killed him if he was indeed frozen. The young man gazed at Su Ping and spoke solemnly. Your law of vitality has already been perfected. Their master had taught them the basics of said law. However, they would still need talent and opportunities in order to gain a deeper understanding. He had been focusing on the law of destruction, and therefore his grasp on the vitality law was not complete yet. However, Su Ping had fully mastered both laws. A single competition round had already made obvious which of the two was stronger. The young man had a grim visage. He had been a disciple for more than 2,000 years, and yet his new junior brother had already surpassed him. Most importantly, Su Ping was merely a star-state warrior. This guy. At the rear, Diaz changed his expression too when he saw the scene unfold. The guy had become even more unbelievable. Even his senior brother, the 7th place holder of the Divine Lord rank, had been pushed back by one attack. He couldn't have beaten the guy either. The other 4 disciples looked at each other in bewilderment, not expecting Su Ping's performance to be that shocking. No wonder he dared to look down at them. At this moment Shen Huang's voice echoed, "You'd better attack together." He was obviously smiling. The Grand Senior seemed to have realized something, and didn't want the others to duel with him, which would have been pointless. The disciples' faces changed upon hearing their master's order, and they stopped hesitating. Having no time to consider shame, all of them unleashed their strength and charged at Su Ping. "Brat, I have to punch your face." Diaz followed him closely. He concentrated his strength on his right fist, determined to bash Su Ping's arrogant face and let him have a taste of his strength. The reflections of their small worlds were also manifested as they attacked. A huge pressure enshrouded Su Ping in an instant. He would have fallen on his knees and begged for mercy if he were a normal star lord. Su Ping no longer held back upon seeing the joint attack. The reflection of his small world slowly appeared. A gray and desolate halo appeared behind his head with such an intimidating aura that it resisted all the pressure. The aura's power increased as the halo revolved. An exuberant power surged out of the halo, which was like a furnace in Su Ping's body. He became much more intimidating, seemingly turning into a giant. Break! Su Ping stepped up, with light darting out of his eyes. Although he was only making use of his first small world, He was able to burst out 50% of his strength with God's arrival. After a boom, Su Ping swung his sword and cut the void apart. The terrifying sword aura turned into a dark crescent moon. The senior brother leading the charge was greatly shocked by the aura. He quickly stopped pressing forward and started defending himself. However, his expression changed again when he touched the sword aura and quickly stepped back. His sword aura pressed forward, forcing all the 5 disciples to stop. He pushed all of them back with one attack. Everyone was currently looking at Su Ping in shock and disbelief. Diaz was equally overwhelmed with disbelief. He had already released the reincarnation divine constitution, with ancient secret patterns surfacing on his skin, plus an unusual power wandering inside his body. He was also enhanced with supreme laws, including vitality and chaos. Although those laws had yet to be fully mastered, they enhanced him with their corresponding features. Once his reincarnation divine constitution was fully developed, he would naturally grasp the supreme laws and combine them with the features of his divine constitution. That was exactly why the top 10 constitutions of the universe were horrifying. Even those in the ascendant state craved for them but couldn't get them. Nevertheless, Diaz found it impossible to resist Su Ping's attack, even though he was trying his best. Intimidating. His hands were numb because of the hit. The aura of laws in the attack made him find it hard to believe. He had detected all of the 4 supreme laws. All of them had been fully mastered. A perfected small world, whispered the young man who had been pushed back by Su Ping. He wore a troubled expression, feeling deeply frustrated. He had always been considered an unparalleled genius. He reached the ocean state when he was 6 years old and arrived at the peak of the fate state when he was 9. He had held back his realm for 10 years to participate in the Universe Geniuses contest, just to polish himself further. He gave an outstanding performance in the Universe Geniuses contest when he was 19, all thanks to his 10 years of hard work and self-suppression. The entire universe learned his name. He was the champion that year. Then Shen Huang admitted him as a disciple, and he had cultivated there ever since. He stepped into the star state when he was 20. Then, he continued with studies of secret techniques and laws, until he naturally advanced into the Star Lord state with plenty of knowledge. After that, he followed with faith power absorption from all over, analyzing laws on a deeper level, and getting a better grasp of laws. He also pursued real and complete laws, as he wanted to create his own path based on laws, and then enter the ascendant state. He searched and studied for 2,000 years. His improvement wasn't as significant as before, but he had been making constant progress, never hitting the bottleneck. He also felt that he had already found his direction to enter the ascendant state. Maybe he would solve the puzzle in 1,000 years. However, how long had it been since Su Ping finished the contest? And yet, he had already gotten a full grasp of the 4 supreme laws, even though he was only in the star state. The young man suddenly felt that his 2,000 years of hard work were like a joke. He was on the verge of collapsing. The other disciples also wore conflicting expressions. None of them was weak, and they could tell how talented Su Ping was. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge all of them, and their master allowed it. He was truly strong. They knew that only half of the Divine Lord ranks top warriors in the 12 star zones had fully grasped the 4 supreme laws. Therefore, Su Ping was strong enough to be ranked among the top 10 warriors of the Divine Lord rank of the entire universe. The most horrifying fact was that Su Ping was still in the star state at the moment. He would be no different from Star Lords whose small worlds had been perfected when he entered the Star Lord realm. Considering the talent he had shown, maybe he could grow to become the strongest Star Lord in the universe. Chapter 1053, True God's Legacy. Nobody wanted to continue fighting after Su Ping revealed his perfected small world. Shen Huang didn't force them. He took everybody back to the temple. Not bad, all of you have performed well. Shen Huang praised everyone and stared at Su Ping in delight. Just as he expected, Su Ping had already reached the peak. No wonder he was able to kill 6 top assassins, even though he was only in the star state. His disciple had shown the celestial state potential even when he was only in the fate state. He was again much stronger than his peers when he broke through and reached the star state. He wondered what Su Ping's upper limit would be when he became a Star Lord. Perhaps he would grow into the strongest Star Lord in the universe in the next 100,000 years. Get prepared for the trial. I hope you'll try your best in the competition, said Shen Huang as he looked at his disciples in the palace. You will be given rare training resources during the trial since other Celestials are investing, as well as other treasures. Most importantly, if you're lucky, you may get a true God's legacy. A true God's legacy. All the disciples in the temple were shocked. They had even forgotten the shock caused by Su Ping's performance, because a true God's legacy was beyond mind-blowing. Celestials were also known as true gods. So, did the news mean that they might get a Celestial's legacy during the trial? Su Ping was equally stunned. A Celestial's legacy, wouldn't that be too generous? That is correct. Shen Huang smiled, seeing their reactions. The universe is in turmoil. Although a disaster is underway, certain things that were hidden in the depths of the universe have been revealed. They're found in relics that belong to an ancient true god, who somehow died in his temple and left his treasures as legacy. Supposedly, your ascendant senior brothers and sisters are to explore the relics. However, they have condensed their own divine marks and cannot inherit the legacy. Therefore, we've decided to pick one of the Star Lords as the inheritor. Whoever is lucky enough to inherit the legacy will rise to the ascendant state immediately. You will eventually reach the celestial state when you fully absorb the legacy. Diaz and the other 5 disciples were already trembling with excitement due to Shen Huang's revelation. They even wondered if they were dreaming. However, such an opportunity would seem surreal even in a dream. An opportunity to reach the celestial state had been presented to them, just like that. It was unbelievable. Su Ping was quite tempted too. However, he was puzzled by the information Shen Huang had left unsaid. The celestial state would mean immortality. Everybody who reached that level had an infinite lifespan and could resurrect even if they died. To put it simply, they could live as long as the universe existed, provided that they didn't want to perish. Then, why did a celestial die in his palace? Did something happen to him, or was he caught in some sort of dangerous situation, one that forced him to make the decision? His master didn't tell him the specific reason. Su Ping found it inappropriate to continue asking. Master, Su Ping thought for a moment and asked, if we inherit this ancient true God's legacy, will we still be able to create a path of our own? Shen Huang looked at Su Ping, who was the calmest of all, and smiled. No, you will reach the ascendant state the moment you inherit the legacy. Even if you create your own path in the future, you won't be able to condense a divine mark. To put it simply, you will reach the celestial state with exactly the same path used by that ancient true God. You will reach his last level. The different paths that lead to the ascendant state aren't equally powerful, right? Su Ping asked again. The 12 celestial state experts of the universe were willing to give away the legacy to a Star Lord, so that the latter would grow to their height. Su Ping didn't think the proposal was as decent as it appeared. Of course, the legacy couldn't be a trap laid for Star Lords. After all, Celestials were too strong. They had no need to trick some insignificant Star Lords. However, Su Ping did think that the Celestial who would grow via inheritance would not pose a threat to the 12 existing Celestials. Celestials weren't equally strong. It was just like in other realms. There were always people who were stronger than others. The stronger ascendants were known as heavenly lords. They were as respected as celestials. The other ascendants could only face them with awe. The difference was probably the same in the celestial state. Exactly, Shen Huang nodded. The more you accumulate while being a Star Lord, and the more laws and features related to the path you create, the stronger you will be. That's the reason why everybody thinks highly of you and believes that you will become one of the heavenly lords when you reach the ascendant state. Su Ping realized what was going on and asked, then, If I inherit this true God's legacy and reclaim his cultivation, would it be possible for me to surpass him again? Diaz and the other disciples nearly vomited blood after hearing that, almost hitting the ground as they stared at Su Ping. Dude, the opportunity to the celestial state is right in front of you. What are you thinking? Shen Huang realized what was on Su Ping's mind and was too momentarily dazed. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Ping to be as ambitious. Su Ping had shown enough potential to become a heavenly lord, but the likelihood of him becoming a celestial was not that high. Still, that young disciple of his was dreaming so big. He didn't want to just become a regular celestial. This little fella. Shen Huang chuckled, but didn't criticize Su Ping for his lofty aspirations. The more visionary and ambitious a person was, the more determined and persistent he would be on the cultivation path. Conversely, those who didn't have dreams would only consider how they could spend money on personal entertainment, without any greater pursuits if they became rich overnight. Once you accept the legacy, you will attain the peak state reached by that true God someday, but it would be impossible for you to surpass him. You'll be inheriting his path instead of creating one of your own, so you cannot grow further, said Shen Huang with a smile. I see. Su Ping realized what it was all about and felt rather regretful. It was a deal where his future prospects would be forsaken in exchange for a fixed celestial state cultivation. Su Ping wouldn't have hesitated if he hadn't seen the top experts residing in the cultivation sites. His only emotion would have been excitement. However, Su Ping's eyes were opened after learning of the deity kings, deity emperors, the ancestral gods in the Archean divinity, and the ancestor of the Golden Crows. What a shame. It would be great if I had the option to continue growing stronger. Too bad progress is stunted if I inherit the legacy, Su Ping thought. However, all of this was a mere conjecture, as he hadn't seized the opportunity just yet. It was slightly hilarious that he was worrying about something that might never happen. If I do seize the opportunity, I can have one of my pets inherit the legacy. That'll be great. Su Ping was both tempted and delighted. He would become stronger if his pets were strengthened. That celestial state expert was forced to die in his palace. It was rather humiliating. It's obvious that he couldn't deal with the problem. My master said that the turbulence in the universe was suffocating even for them. Even if I get the legacy, I may still be caught in a dangerous situation when the disaster happens. The celestial state is not synonymous with invincibility. If I give the inheritance to one of my pets, I will have a celestial pet. Such an opportunity is not to be wasted. Su Ping's eyes glittered. Shen Huang probably would have a hard time remaining cool if he knew what was on Su Ping's mind. He had summoned Su Ping to profit from the precious opportunity, because he hoped Su Ping could inherit the legacy. If Su Ping was among those who will eventually reach the celestial state too, the two of them would have a much bigger say in the Federation. However, Su Ping only wanted his pet to inherit the legacy. Just what does he think the celestial state was? The trial will begin in 3 months. All of you should be making preparations. I'll give you more information about the trial in due time. Just stay in the celestial court and focus on cultivation. Shen Huang added, while you're here, your senior brothers and sisters will offer guidance to improve your cultivation. Feel free to ask them questions if you have any. Everybody accepted the orders and left. Su Ping heard a cold and pleasant voice after they left the temple. Junior brother. He turned around and saw a tall, beautiful woman standing next to the temple. She wore white casual clothes, but her alluring figure was still evident. Fourth senior sister, Su Ping was surprised. He had recognized her right away. It was Jai Zuking, his fourth senior sister, who had gifted him a piece of armor able to resist ascendant state attacks. However, he had yet to find a chance to use the armor. Elder Yan is busy. Master asked me to teach you, said Jai Zuking with a calm tone. There was a casual aura radiated by her eyes, as if she didn't want to compete with anyone. She was an ice beauty in every aspect. Su Ping nodded. Thank you for the help in advance, senior sister. Let's go to your mountain now, said Jai Zuking. Then she walked away. Su Ping glanced at the other disciples. Each of them was led away by an ascendant state senior brother. "I will catch up with you," cried Diaz, who stood next to a young man, when he noticed that Su Ping was looking at him. Su Ping simply ignored him and then walked away. Diaz gnashed his teeth in fury. The young man next to him, however, asked with a weird expression, "Is that our miraculous junior brother? Master just measured your cultivation, right? What's the gap between you and him?" Diaz became gloomy when his senior brother asked that. He said, "Senior brother, please stop asking. He's my lifelong enemy." The young man was amused by the response. He said, "But he doesn't seem to consider you his lifelong enemy at all." "That's exactly the most annoying and arrogant part about that guy. I will surely beat him." Diaz burst into a fit of fury, as if someone had just stepped on his tail. "I will get the true God's legacy in this trial and reach the celestial state." The young man chuckled with glittering eyes. "All right, I believe in you, let's go." There, on Su Ping's cultivation mountain, inside a magnificent palace, Su Ping arrived with his fourth senior sister. He looked at the place where he had cultivated for 3 years and reminisced. Unfortunately, Elder Yan was nowhere to be seen. He heaved a sigh, but didn't start cultivating right away. Given his current level, there were only 2 ways for him to progress at a fast speed. One way was to find the method of creating an extra small world, and the other was to condense the 8th astral painting. However, the difficulty for the 8th astral painting wasn't exactly as Su Ping had expected. He thought it would be multiple times harder than the 7th painting. In fact, it was as difficult as the previous 7 astral paintings combined. Chapter 1054, Path Source. The 8th astral painting is completely unlike the previous 7. Su Ping had soon realized this when he made a first attempt to condense it. The 8th astral painting required 72 stars, 9 stars more than what the 7th astral painting required. However, those stars could no longer be condensed with energy alone. They required perfected laws. Every star had to contain a perfected law in order for it to be fixed as part of the star array. Su Ping didn't even have 10 perfected laws in total. Besides the 4 supreme laws, he only had the laws of fire, lightning, darkness, illusion, and sword. There were 9 of them in total. His law of fire was perfected first. He had connected with it and grasped the law of lightning quite early too. The law of darkness was related to his sorcerer's divine constitution. He grasped it in a natural way just as his constitution was awakened. The law of illusion came from the sea of illusions. The law of sword was his way of attacking. Once he mastered that, he could create sword techniques anytime and meld plenty of other laws into that foundation law, performing unparalleled sword techniques as a result. Only an 1/8 of them have been completed. Although the stars in the 8th astral painting don't need the best laws, and even the weakest laws would suffice as long as they're fully mastered, I need 72 of them right now. It's impossible to grasp all of them that quickly. If I wasn't as smart, I would probably be unable to assimilate them in my entire life. Su Ping smiled bitterly in his heart. If it was like before, he would only need to exchange his resources for medicines to replenish his energy. Then, he would be able to cultivate and condense stars at a fast pace. He would be capable of finishing the accumulation in a mere couple of years. However, the case was different at the moment. He needed at least 100 years. I've only cultivated for a dozen years so far. 100 years is too long. Su Ping heaved a sigh. He gradually felt the pain suffered by talented star lords whose level was stuck. Inside the temple, while both of them were walking, Jai Zuking couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything you want or need to know about your cultivation?" She had been wandering inside the temple along with Su Ping. She felt that she wasn't there to guide Su Ping's cultivation. She was being shown around the place he lived. The trial was only 3 months away. Jai Zuking didn't understand how Su Ping could remain as cool and still waste his time there. Did he not know what a precious opportunity it was? She and her peers were quite intrigued when the news came out. Everybody who was under the celestial state would have been tempted, except the top heavenly lords that even the celestials couldn't deal with easily. Unfortunately, only those below the ascendant state could inherit the true God's legacy. Otherwise, she and the other ascendants would have fought hard over the treasure long before kids such as Su Ping showed up. Such a rare opportunity, the like which one could only encounter once in 100,000 years, had been delivered to those lucky kids by the celestial state experts. Still, instead of trying to become stronger before the trial to obtain the treasure, Su Ping instead wasted time wandering his garden. After hearing what Jai Zuking said, Su Ping came back to himself. Instead of condensing the 8th astral painting, he thought that it would be easier to improve his strength if he sought unknown laws and tried to establish a third world. I'd like to grasp more laws. More laws, Jai Zuking nodded. She was no stranger to that. Su Ping was merely in the star state, so he truly needed to learn more laws and build up his storage. This would benefit him when he became a star lord or even when he reached the ascendant state. What law are you working on right now? I remember that Master would usually teach his disciples the basics for the law of vitality, so that it would be easier for you to save your life. Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping and added, I have a way that can help you fully grasp the law of vitality. However, it requires a lot of precious medicines and I've already grasped the law of vitality to completion. What Su Ping had said made Jai Zuking have to swallow what she was about to say. She looked dazed, then she stared at Su Ping. She was reminded that a certain junior brother was a monster who condensed a small world in the fate state. She soon found it understandable. She gave a slight nod. It seems that you're quite talented, junior brother. I can teach you the law of destruction, but only the basics, if you want to fully grasp it. I've fully grasped the law of destruction too, said Su Ping. Jai Zuking remained silent for a long time. She took a deep breath and said, It's only been a few years since you rose to the star state, junior brother. And yet, you've already made such achievements. No wonder Master thinks so highly of you. Does Master think highly of me? Of course. Why else would he ask me to teach you? Jai Zuking rolled her eyes at Su Ping. All the mentors appointed to teach the rest of the disciples were ascendants, while she was the only heavenly lord. Did this guy not notice? Su Ping couldn't help but glance at her. According to Elder Yan, most of his senior brothers and sisters who had been recruited earlier had become heavenly lords. What about the law of time or the law of chaos? Pick one, said Jai Zuking casually. I'm confident of helping you fully grasp either of them in 3 months, however it will be. Senior sister, I know both of them. I've fully grasped them too, said Su Ping in a low voice. Jai Zuking stopped and stared at Su Ping for a long time before she finally said, Junior brother, are you sure you're not messing with me? I would never. Su Ping couldn't help but put on a bitter smile. He raised his hand, showing auras of 4 laws in his hand. Jai Zuking glanced at them and found it hard to move her eyes away. Her chest rose and fell underneath her white clothes, returning to normality moments later. She looked at Su Ping thoughtfully and said, So to speak, you've condensed a small world and fully grasped the 4 supreme laws. You're already qualified to perfect your small world. All you need to do is fill it with other laws. My small world has already been perfected, said Su Ping. Jai Zuking almost lost her cool. She looked at Su Ping, who had rendered her speechless again and again. Even if she was a heavenly lord, she hadn't been as shocked in many years. Can you let me finish a sentence for once, can you? Huh? Senior sister Jai. Su Ping suddenly felt that the air was rather intense. He had even sensed the inkling of a flashing killing vibe. He couldn't help but look at his senior sister, only to discover that she didn't look right. It's okay. Jai Zuking took a deep breath and then calmed down. She said coldly, In conclusion, you've already perfected your small world even though you're just a star state warrior. You're strong enough to rise to the top of the Divine Lord rank, right? Yes, Su Ping nodded. Jai Zuking almost found it impossible to continue talking after seeing Su Ping nod so naturally. You're merely in the star state, yet you can beat almost all the star lords and even reach the top of the divine lord rank. Is it not surprising to you at all? If that is the case, after a moment of silence, Jaizuking finally said, I don't think there's anything I can teach you. She almost wanted to leave. Even though she was an unparalleled genius too, having eventually become a heavenly lord, she still felt frustrated as she talked to someone like Su Ping, the little monster. If the young man received the true god's legacy, he would definitely rise to the sky. He would break the records to become the youngest cultivator to reach the ascendant state and the celestial state. The more she thought about it, the more conflicted she felt. Didn't they say that opportunities were only for those who were prepared? She was thoroughly prepared as a heavenly lord. Why didn't she have such an opportunity? Hearing that Jai Zuking wanted to leave, Su Ping quickly said, Senior Sister Jai, you must be joking. Given that you're a heavenly lord, there are lots of things I can learn from you. I'd like to learn more laws, especially those which don't belong to our universe. Can you teach me? The laws that don't belong to our universe. Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping in a daze, noticing that he was being sincere. Her anger immediately fizzled down. She then asked, What do you mean by laws that don't belong to our universe? Are you planning on creating laws right now? She was truly stunned. The man is trying to do what ascendants can when he's only in the star state. How could he be so unbelievable? Well, fine. It seemed that he had done a fair share of unbelievable things. Jai Zuking's lips twitched. Well, Su Ping didn't realize that he could be misunderstood by Jai Zuking, a heavenly lord. Also, he was slightly surprised by what she said. It seemed that he was indeed doing things normally done by ascendants. However, there was still a difference. Ascendants created their own paths. What kind of path could be considered as their own? It was obvious that those paths didn't belong to their universe and had never appeared before. That was why they could be created. He had grasped laws of other universes, such as the path of illusion, which was from the Sea of Illusions. That was why it could help him establish a second small world. However, that was not his own creation. It counted more as stealing. Su Ping felt he had to seek the laws of other universes in order to create another small world. The laws of lightning, fire, and darkness were among the basics of every universe and could only be used to construct the first world. If he wanted to establish an additional world, he had to avoid those paths. Making another world would be possible if Su Ping could create a path of his own, one that had never been known. However, that was an obviously difficult task, and Su Ping didn't have a clue just yet. After all, that problem was usually tackled by ascendants. Also, once he created his own path, his level might soar to the ascendant state directly. Then he wouldn't have an opportunity to establish more small worlds. Su Ping confessed his true intention. I'd like to find the path source. Senior Sister Jai, have you seen the path source? What lies at the source of every path? If he could see the path source, he might find a way to establish a third small world. The path source? Jai Zuking felt dazed. She couldn't help but glance at Su Ping due to her surprise. That junior brother of hers was truly ambitious. He wants to learn the path source when he's barely a star state warrior. Every path has a source. It's said that there's an origin from which all paths derive at the far end of the sources that make up all paths. That is the beginning of nature and the universe. However, that's just a legend from ancient classics. Nobody has ever seen it, not even celestial state experts. Chapter 1055, 3 Months of Cultivation. Not even celestials. Su Ping was slightly surprised, but not too shocked. The celestial state was the highest level in the universe for Jai Zuking and the others. However, Su Ping knew there were still a couple of major levels above the celestial realm, including deity emperors and ancestral gods. Deity emperors and the ancestral gods were probably the only entities who could see the ultimate source, where countless paths derived from. In order to see the source, you have to gain an even deeper understanding of a law that you've already mastered fully, until it's absolutely flawless. Jaizuking interpreted for Su Ping. That way, you'll be able to extend your consciousness with that flawless law and enter the deepest parts of the source world. However, you'll only be capable of taking a quick look at the path source's shadow. Exploring with a flawless supreme law widens the coverage of the path source world. It's also another reason why the 4 supreme laws are important. Once you reach the ascendant state, the path you create will be connected to the path source world. Even if it's not perfect, it will still be somehow connected. The moment you can vaguely detect the path source world, you'll have the chance to touch the origin of thousands of laws. Then, it'll become fairly easy for you to grasp other laws and even master them fully. That is also why ascendants can master thousands of laws. Only the 4 supreme laws are seen as a minor challenge for them. Jaizuking glanced at Su Ping and continued, "If I were talking to someone less gifted, I would suggest focusing on establishing a personal path, all to facilitate the understanding of other laws and paths after reaching the ascendant state. His strength will soar too, and his disadvantage would be no more. However, you haven't cultivated for a long time yet, and you have plenty of time. It's also fine if you're determined to have a try. Very few people have made their laws flawless before they reached the ascendant state in the past 100,000 years. However, if you can really achieve that, your understanding of laws will be highly unusual. Your own path will then become extremely powerful once it's established. If that is the case, you would directly become a top heavenly lord when you step into the ascendant state." She glanced at Su Ping when she talked about that subject. Considering the 4 supreme laws that Su Ping had mastered, she believed that he had the potential to be considered outstanding in the entire universe, even without the true God's legacy. However, not even the strongest heavenly lord would compare to the inheritor of the true God's legacy. The celestial state was the real peak. Indeed, some of the top heavenly lords weren't afraid of the celestial experts. They could even keep themselves safe even if they were to confront each other. However, protecting themselves was all they could ever do. They could run for their lives. However, it was impossible for them to fight back and win. They would have to flee whenever that kind of opponent showed up. That was precisely the power of the celestial state. "I see." Su Ping nodded upon hearing what Jaizuking said. He currently had a clearer understanding of the ascendant state. It wouldn't be as difficult for him to grasp thousands of laws and make them perfect when he reached the ascendant state. After all, he would be able to touch the path source world. If he studied laws there, his efficiency would be hundreds of times higher than in the outside world. Fully mastering laws would be possible and quicker. That was why ascendants could almost master all laws to the fullest. As for those who had lived long enough, they had probably cultivated a shocking number of flawless laws. However, anyone with a realm under the ascendant state would have it difficult to grasp a law in a flawless way, just as establishing a path of his own. However, after hearing what Jaizuking said, Su Ping was even more determined to grasp a flawless path. He wanted to go to the path source world and see the origin of countless laws. He would definitely be able to find laws that didn't belong to that universe if he entered that place, and then condense a third world. Although you're welcome to try, the trial will begin in only 3 months. Jaizuking stared at Su Ping and then changed the topic. "You don't have much time left. You'd better not get ahead of yourself. You should try to increase your strength as quickly as possible so that it'll be easier for you to pass the trial. You cannot possibly grasp a flawless path overnight. Even though you're an exceptional genius, it would still take at least 1,000 years if you're lucky enough." Jaizuking was only speaking the truth. She thought that the mission was too difficult, even though she had seen Su Ping's unbelievable performance. It would be a miraculous achievement if he could accomplish the task in 10,000 years, let alone in 1,000. Only a genius such as Su Ping could afford wasting 10,000 years. "The geniuses from all the reaches of the universe will take part in the trial, including some ancient star lords who have been training in seclusion," said Jaizuking as she gazed at Su Ping. Some Star Lords don't concern themselves with the vanity of being on the Divine Lord rank. They spend all their lives cultivating in seclusion and pursuing their own paths. They want to establish a top path, all with the intention of becoming top heavenly lords the moment they reach the ascendant state. People like them aren't rare in the scope of the entire universe. As far as I know, there are more than 10 of them. All of them became famous more than 10,000 years ago. They were the strongest Star Lords who left their names on the Divine Lord rank. I also know of a certain Star Lord who is so gifted that he already came up with his own path and is able to establish it at any time. However, he gave up because he thought that the path was too weak. He didn't want it, even if it could send him to the ascendant state. He isn't the only genius out there. For them, reaching the highest peak is just the beginning. Many of them have mastered powerful, ancient secret techniques. Their combat abilities are unknown. The true God's legacy has shocked the entire universe. Even the 12 Celestials have shown up. All the big families in the universe are looking for exceptional Star Lords, hoping to send them to the trial. They're hoping that one of those Star Lords succeeds in getting the legacy and then reach the celestial state, so that they can benefit in the future as sponsors. Therefore, the competition in the trial will be very cruel. Jai Zuking gazed at Su Ping and said solemnly, "You're very strong. Of all the geniuses I've seen, your potential is among the top 3, no, the top 2. However, you haven't cultivated much yet and you're still inexperienced. These 3 months are critically important to you. I hope that you make the most of this time. If you miss the opportunity to enter the celestial state, you'll never find another one." Su Ping was slightly unsettled by the information. He furrowed his brow. What Jai Zuking had said did give him a lot of pressure. Star Lords could live for a long time. The geniuses who were the champions of the universe 10,000 years earlier had been Star Lords for 10,000 years already. Who knew how strong they had become? "I understand," Su Ping nodded. Jai Zuking felt relieved to see how Su Ping had dropped his casual demeanor. She was worried that Su Ping would be too proud of his talent and overly confident. Master hasn't recruited a lot of disciples. The older disciples such as me entered the ascendant state a long time ago. Nobody was expecting that a true God's legacy would appear like this. Now, we can only count on you, including our other junior brothers and sisters. Right now, you have already reached the peak. You're the best prospect among our junior brothers and sisters to get the legacy. Master has high hopes for you too." Jai Zuking continued, "There are only 3 months to go. You may cultivate in my small world, where time flows 100 times faster than in the outside world. You can attempt reaching the Star Lord state during the coming 3 months to deal with any possible gaps between you and the other guys. Although you'll still be short of experience, this is the fastest way to improve your strength. On the other hand, I've prepared special materials and faith power to strengthen your small world and further improve your combat ability." Su Ping was dazed for a moment, not expecting his senior sister Jai to make so many preparations for him. Remembering what she said, Su Ping said with glittering eyes, "Senior sister Jai, are you investing in me?" Jai Zuking was dazed for a moment. Then she gave him a frank confession. "Yes, it's an investment. Besides myself, a lot of people have talked to me and hope to offer you things. Many of the training resources you'll have available come from them. Feel free to use them." She glanced at Su Ping and continued, "There's no need to worry. I'll return all the favors on your behalf. You only need to return my favor if you can truly get the legacy 3 months later. It won't be a big deal if you don't. Every investment carries risks. I can't blame anyone else. Besides, I don't think this investment can possibly fail now that I've seen your talent." Her frank answer left Su Ping at a loss for words. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Without him realizing it, he was already standing in a vortex of power and a web of connections. "Got it, thank you, senior sister." Su Ping nodded. The universe was too big, full with countless geniuses. He was just one of them. He didn't know if the other geniuses had attained a second small world. However, he thought that even if they didn't, they would surely have other special methods. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the true god's legacy, he would be an idiot if he let go of such an opportunity. After getting the legacy, he could give it to his pets instead of using it himself. I have to try to increase my combat ability again. It's not safe enough yet. If I can grasp one of the laws flawlessly. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He hadn't given up searching for the path source yet. That was the only way he could think of to significantly strengthen himself. As for condensing the 8th astral painting, it would take too much time. Also, once the law became flawless, allowing him to enter the path source world, it would be easier for him to master other laws. That was like whetting the axe prior to chopping wood. The most efficient way was to perfectly grasp a law as soon as possible. It would lay a foundation for the 8th astral painting, giving him a chance to find a method to create the 3rd small world. Let's begin now. Jizuking raised her hand, and a misty world appeared in front of her eyes, with mountains covered by clouds just like a paradise. This is my small world. I've lowered the speed of time flow to the limits of your normal cultivation. You'll be able to cultivate for almost 30 years while and only 3 months would pass in the outside world. Provided there's enough cultivation resources, you should be able to reach a higher level, said Jizuking. Chapter 1056, The Bloody Source Crystal. Su Ping was rather astonished by what he saw in the small world. Senior sister, have you already attained a flawless grasp on the law of time? That is correct, Jizuking admitted quickly and casually. However, the flawlessness of the law of time is nothing to me. Do you have any idea how many years I've cultivated? How long have you cultivated? Asked Su Ping curiously. Jizuking instantly rolled her eyes at Su Ping and said angrily, "It's none of your business. Anyway, I've grasped more paths than the people you've seen. All right, let's talk in my small world. Talking here is a waste of time." Okay. She and Su Ping stepped into the small world. They emerged in the middle of a cloud cluster. However, Jizuking relocated the two of them, landing on one of the cultivation mountains in the next moment. This is a cultivation place specially prepared for you. Jizuking added, "You must have noticed that countless rare astral crystals have been buried in the mountain underneath your feet. All kinds of astral arrays set to facilitate your cultivation have also been established around the mountain. Those astral crystals and materials to build up the astral arrays were supplied by the forces investing in you. You don't need to know who they are. If you get the legacy and reach the celestial state, they will certainly benefit from it. All you need to do right now is to focus on your cultivation and drop all irrelevant thoughts. Improve as much as possible." Su Ping nodded. He had already detected the astral power around him, which was as thick as seawater. It was 10 times denser than that in the first seat found in the Lulan family's cultivation holy land. However, he also knew it was only for temporary use. The Lulans couldn't possibly afford such an expenditure in the long run. Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "Senior sister, there's a couple of things I want to trouble you with." "What are they?" "A while ago, I encountered the Dark Tower's assassins. I'm safe now that I've returned to the Celestial Court. However, I'm concerned about my family." "Don't worry about that." Jizuking interrupted him before he finished. "Master already took that into consideration. He had your parents and your sister brought to the Celestial Court shortly after you were attacked. However, he doesn't want you to get distracted because the trial is very important. That is why he didn't mention it to you." Su Ping was dazed for a moment. His heart felt warm. He didn't know that his master had already taken care of everything. "My naughty sister has been found too. Master is truly powerful. But that makes sense. No matter how naughty she is, she cannot possibly run away from the Golden Star Zone, so it should be very easy for Master to find her," Su Ping thought. He could not help but smile upon remembering his parents and Su Lingyu. "Anything else?" Jizuking asked. "If possible, I hope that the planet of origin where I grew up could be brought to the Celestial Court too, so that it becomes easier to take care of the emergencies there," said Su Ping. His parents and sister were safe, but he also had many old friends on the blue planet. He didn't want anything untoward happening to them. The blue planet would definitely become more important if it was moved to the celestial court. Once the trial ended, he planned to purchase some rare materials and modify his home planet. A planet relocation. It shouldn't be a problem, Jizuking thought for a moment and said, "That's not too hard, I can do that for you." Being a heavenly lord, it was a breeze for her to move a planet to the celestial court. Speaking of which, your home planet is not the real planet of origin, but an ordinary planet that resembles it. Some people must have left the planet of origin and migrated to your planet in the past. They took the culture from the real planet of origin to your planet. That is the reason why your planet was left unnoticed for many, many years, said Jizuking. Human beings will never forget the planet they originated from. Su Ping was stunned. He then realized that the history of humans on the blue planet was indeed short, spanning 10,000 years or so. However, senior sister Jai had obviously lived more than 10,000 years, so the blue planet couldn't be the oldest planet. However, he wasn't too bothered by this. After all, the planet was his mother planet, his place of origin. "Where is the real planet of origin then?" asked Su Ping curiously. Jai Zuking glanced at him. Obviously, she didn't expect Su Ping to be in the mood for caring about that. However, given his human roots, he had the right to learn more about his ancestors. She said, "The real planet of origin is at the very center of the Federation. It's been well preserved. Only the saints of the Federation live there. Normal people can't land there, not even ascendants." Su Ping understood, choosing not to ask further. He simply said, "The last thing I need your help with is about cultivation. There's another planet where my friends and some of my stuff remains. I hope it can also be moved to the celestial court, all to make it more convenient for me to go back and forth." Su Ping also wanted to move Rhea. Even though the astral power on that mountain was much denser than anywhere else, what he needed the most wasn't astral power or cultivation, but an epiphany. His astral power had already risen to the peak of the star state, and he could become a star lord at any moment. He had postponed the breakthrough because he had invested all of his astral power on condensing astral paintings. The improvement brought forth by a new astral painting was much more significant than a realm upgrade, so he had postponed it. It wouldn't take him 3 months if he currently wanted to become a star lord. He certainly didn't need decades. It would be easier for him to explore the system's cultivation sites in order to trigger epiphanies. He preferred looking for opportunities in the cultivation sites over training in seclusion. With any luck, he could make friends with some celestial state experts and get even more things from them. "What is it that you need? Can't you ask your friends to bring it?" Jai Zuking was lost for words. Does the man think I would handle his every request after accepting the first one? What kind of place does he think the celestial court is? Could any planet be brought here? "It cannot be delivered. I must go there and fetch it," said Su Ping rather awkwardly. Jai Zuking stared at him for a moment and said, "Fine, I promise you that. However, it will be moved back later." "Thank you, senior sister," Su Ping quickly thanked her. "Anything else?" asked Jai Zuking, fearing that Su Ping would make another weird request. "I was wondering if I could see the path you've created and the flawless law of time. I hope you can show them to me," Su Ping coughed and said. Showing one's own paths and laws to someone else was an extremely private matter. After all, if the other person was malicious, it was possible for them to find weaknesses and flaws. It was like giving one's back to them. Jai Zuking, however, wasn't surprised. She seemed to know that Su Ping would ask for that. "That's not a big deal. However, even if you watch my law of time, it probably won't help you very much. Everybody's path is different. Mine may not be suitable for you. It's possible that you won't glean anything from it. If anything, only your understanding of time will be deepened." "I understand," said Su Ping with a smile, feeling relieved. He certainly didn't expect to flawlessly grasp the law of time as she did, just by watching her. His master would have taught all of his disciples, turning them into unparalleled geniuses if it were that simple. At the very least, all of them would know the four supreme laws. However, imparting knowledge wasn't that easy. Many experts had presented lectures again and again. However, they could only deepen the audience's understanding of laws by a slight margin if they listened 1,000,000 times. In order for their understanding to become flawless, they had to find their own ways. "Anything else?" asked Jizuking. Su Ping shook his head. "No, that is all." "Okay." Jizuking seemed to feel relieved. She said, "Let's talk about the training program that I've prepared for you then. Firstly, we'll solidify your small world. There are blood source crystals here, which are special items that can improve the hardness of your small world. Only core members can afford them, even in some of the major families. Once your small world is consolidated, you may consider reaching the Star Lord level, and then cultivate to its peak. You said you wanted to grasp more laws, but to be honest, I don't think you can grasp too many right now. I have two amazing ancient techniques, one about movement and the other is related to killing. If you can learn them, your combat ability will be improved by at least 10%. After looking at Su Ping's nonchalant expression, Jai Zuking frowned and said, "Don't underestimate a 10% improvement. Your level has been rising rapidly. That is why you feel that you're constantly becoming stronger. However, it won't last forever. The ascendant state will be a major hurdle for you when you aim to become a Star Lord. It's very hard to progress any further before you overcome the obstacle. Many geniuses 10,000 years ago were stuck before the obstacle and caught up, or were even surpassed by latecomers. You've reached your limits in every aspect. You've mastered the laws that you should. Now that you can hardly progress anymore, a 10% improvement in your combat ability is very terrifying. If you meet a Star Lord who has reached the peak like you have, you'll be able to crush them." Su Ping nodded. He knew she had made a valid point. "I'll learn both of them," said Su Ping. He wasn't confident of attaining a flawless grasp of a path, so he would follow senior sister Jai's arrangements and strengthen himself as much as possible. "That's good." Jizuking was relieved. She was worried that Su Ping would be too stubborn to listen to her advice. She was a genius in her own right, and she was even more pig-headed than Su Ping when she was young. Therefore, she had feared that Su Ping would be proud just like she was, potentially turning a deaf ear to any of her suggestions until he hit the wall and bled. "These are the blood source crystals." Jizuking waved her hand. Dazzling red light appeared on the mountaintop. A bunch of glittering red gems were lying on the ground. All those gems were as big as fists and 10,000 times brighter than agate. They were of a pure red color and carried no impurities. "They will automatically melt and seep in when they touch the power of the world," Jizuking said. "Some say they're solidified blood fragments of an ancient species. They are extremely rare, usually hidden in the deepest part of the universe." Chapter 1057, Ranking. Su Ping found some information about the blood source crystals from the Federation's database too. However, it only listed two of the item's usages: consolidation of small worlds and war creatures modification. The blood source crystal could strengthen a small world once infused into it. However, the crystal could never touch the blood of any living creature. Even if it accidentally touched a wound, it would still be absorbed into the body, corrupting the creature, which would turn into a bloodthirsty animal with only fighting and killing on its mind. Such usage was the first one detected, so the crystals were applied to large-scale universal wars. But then, people found that they could strengthen small worlds through further research. They were no longer wasted on war creatures after that. After all, soldiers could be trained to be relentless, but there was only a limited supply of blood source crystals in the entire universe. Few treasures could strengthen small worlds, and the crystals were the most effective of all. They were extremely valuable. Su Ping had a surge of mixed feelings after receiving all those resources. The top geniuses did have a lot of privileges. He suddenly thought of something and called the system in his heart. Soon after, he opened the multiverse human rank in his head. He had barely made it to the top 500 on the rank earlier on. He wanted to check his ranking after absorbing the crystals. After searching for a long time, Su Ping found his ranking and was rather surprised. The 182nd. I'm ranked 182nd right now. Every level had its own rankings. He was only in the star state at the moment, but he had condensed 2 small worlds. Even Jai Zuking, a heavenly lord, claimed it was impossible for him to make further progress. Under such circumstances, he barely made it to the 182nd. Did that mean that there were 181 guys who were stronger than him? Su Ping had never questioned the system's judgment or the ranking accuracy. After all, the system had always upheld high standards and took all the species throughout history into account. I think I'm almost reaching my limits, yet I only rank 182nd. It means that I'm not the only human who has condensed 2 small worlds in the star state. Su Ping was feeling quite frustrated. To be honest, he had indeed been rather arrogant. He had killed a godly prince who was beyond his level when he was only in the star state. How awesome was that? However, even after such an astounding feat, he merely ranked 182nd amongst all humans. Su Ping found it hard to imagine what kind of monsters the 181 guys ahead of him were. However, I ranked behind the 400th earlier, barely entering the top 500 rankings. I surpassed more than 300 people just by condensing a second small world. Maybe I'll be able to reach the top if I condense another world. Su Ping was again thrilled at the prospect. Even the ancestral god and the Archean divinity had only condensed 7 small worlds. He probably had a high ranking among all species. Su Ping believed he would be able to rise in the rankings if he condensed 7 small worlds. However, even the goal of condensing a third world seemed far-fetched at the moment. Su Ping didn't dare to dream too far. He could only try to reach the ascendant state as quickly as possible if there was no way to condense 7 worlds. Let's see how much higher my ranking will rise after I absorb the blood source crystals, Su Ping thought. Su Ping no longer dallied. He closed the rank and calmed down, then waved his hand, attracting the source blood crystals towards him. His small world was manifested. He was enshrouded in the dead and desolate small world, which began to show amazing changes the moment it touched the crystals. The crystals turned from bloody gems into flowing liquid, and then into a bloody mist. They became illusory in the end, projections that could be seen but not touched. They gradually melded with his small world. A reddish hue was instantly added to Su Ping's small world. The bloody color was spread to every corner of the small world through laws. A substance able to affect the small world. How wondrous! Su Ping looked at the scene, visibly amazed. It was quite the eye-opener for him. There were truly all sorts of treasures in that vast universe. Something has indeed changed. Su Ping could tell that his small world was becoming increasingly harder. Once the reddish substance seeped into his small world, it then spread out, injecting new blood and energy to his small world. The laws in his small world were then intertwined and tightened. I somehow feel that my small world was given life. Su Ping examined his small world and his shock deepened. Those treasures were truly unbelievable. Jai Zuking was still nearby, watching Su Ping absorb the blood source crystals with his eyes closed. The young man showed no signs of stopping even by the time she thought he would be full. Su Ping's small world was like a monster with the stomach of a whale. It seemed that he would never be full. What is going on? Jai Zuking was astonished. She narrowed her eyes and observed his small world carefully. She found that Su Ping wasn't just collecting the blood source crystals. He was truly absorbing them with his small world. However, there was no sign of his small world from being filled, even though it had eaten lots of crystals. His small world should be saturated by now, even if it has reached the peak. Jai Zuking wasn't an idiot. She had seen many things given that she already was a heavenly lord. Su Ping's anomaly made her immediately realize that her junior brother had more secrets. This guy. Jai Zuking breathed heavily. She was a top genius too, and as every other genius, she was confident in herself, never thinking that others were better than her. However, Su Ping had slapped her in the face with his potential. I really want to cut him apart and see how many secrets he's hiding. Jai Zuking's eyes glittered. She felt embarrassed once again upon remembering how Su Ping had interrupted her several times earlier. She wanted to give his junior brother an eye-opener experience, so that he would think twice before trying to show off in front of his senior sister. Time flew by. Jai Zuking was no longer able to remain calm. He's still absorbing. Is he still not done? How hungry is he? Why is he still not full? She had an awful-looking expression as she saw how the blood source crystals were almost running out. She had presented quite a large mountain of crystals mainly because she wanted to impress him. She thought that Su Ping would only need half of them. However, the man ended up gobbling them all. Many of the blood source crystals were her own. She had prepared them for the juniors of her family. But what could she do? Interrupt Su Ping. That was not possible. Su Ping had yet to reach his upper limit since he was still absorbing crystals. So, he had to keep absorbing, otherwise his secluded training would be pointless. Jai Zuking calmed down after pondering further. Never mind. If he does get the legacy, he will know the price that I've paid today. She was investing in Su Ping because she wanted him to owe her a favor, not to merely return those resources. She was betting on the possibility that he would get the legacy. It would not be counted as a waste of time if Su Ping returned those resources after he reached the celestial state. Su Ping stopped soon after, when the source blood crystals were about to be completely consumed. A heavy aura began to spread from his small world afterwards. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes and turned his small world into a ball that floated on top of his hand. He gazed at it and found that it was virtually flawless, much better than before. If laws were veins and the supreme laws were pillars, the blood source crystals seemed to be the small world's blood. I didn't know there were treasures that could strengthen a world built up through cultivation. It's as though they exist in different dimensions. No wonder they are rare resources even in the scope of the entire universe, Su Ping thought. Although he didn't do anything, Su Ping could tell that his combat ability was significantly improved. He recalled the small world, never showing his other world of illusion, which had also been filled. In fact, it would be hard for an outsider to detect it if he was determined to hide it. After all, the small world was his own domain, created with his own laws. Only experts with a much higher cultivation, or anyone who tried to break into his small world by destructive means to investigate, could see all the secrets within. Let me check my ranking. Su Ping closed his eyes again and opened the multiverse human rank. The 165th. Su Ping's eyes glittered with delight. His position had been improved by almost 20 ranks. That was a huge improvement. Therefore, it was possible that he would rise to a very high position by the time he condensed a third world and absorbed the blood source crystals again. He might even reach the top. Jai Zuking became calm again upon seeing the delight on Su Ping's face. How about it? How do you feel? Su Ping opened his eyes and smiled. Thank you for your blood source crystals, senior sister. They were fantastic. Good. Jai Zuking then asked, you'll try to break into the Star Lord state. I would like to see your laws first, senior sister, said Su Ping. He could naturally become a Star Lord. There was no need for him to spend a lot of time cultivating. Jai Zuking frowned, seeing that Su Ping was still unwilling to let go, but she didn't try to persuade him again. Good, let's proceed. She believed that he would promptly give up after trying. The time wasted would be a price that he would have to bear. Jai Zuking stored the remaining crystals and was about to give Su Ping a demonstration. Su Ping quickly asked, Senior sister, do you have more of those blood source crystals? Jai Zuking raised her eyebrows and asked, what's the matter? I want more. Su Ping coughed after noticing the confusion in Jai Zuking's eyes. He didn't want to expose his second world yet. He said, I have a friend. I want to gather some crystals for him. Jizuking was lost for words. Does the guy not know how precious blood source crystals are? Just get the legacy if you really want to help your friend. People will readily offer you things like this when you reach the celestial state, said Jizuking casually. Su Ping smiled bitterly, deciding not to insist. He could search for materials on his own after condensing a third small world. Chapter 1058, Path of Oblivion. Jizuking began to show Su Ping her laws. At first, she showed the laws of space and time. She had grasped both space and time flawlessly. Later, she gradually showed him the way she had grasped the laws, from lower to higher levels. The two of them sat in front of each other. Illusions of laws appeared above their heads in an unpredictable fashion, just like mirages. Su Ping concentrated his attention and fully devoted himself to watching and learning. He was experiencing the processes which led Jizuking to find enlightenment in relation to her attained laws. Over and over, she showed him the laws of space and time several times until he couldn't glean anything more. Then they turned to other laws. Once all the laws were shown, Jizuking demonstrated the path that she had established to Su Ping. The path I created is called the Path of Oblivion. Jizuking raised her hand, causing turbulence in time and space. An area filled with a strong destructive aura gradually appeared above Su Ping's head. It was like a forbidden domain. I fused the features of both time and space, and also applied features of destructive laws, such as darkness and annihilation. It can restrain and destroy anything. Anyone who steps into my domain will be doomed. Jizuking spoke in a casual, yet intimidating manner. However, she was confident of making such a statement. Being a heavenly lord, she could kill other ascendants like chickens. Heavenly lord was just a title, not a level. In fact, they were essentially ascendant state experts too. However, they were far stronger than the average ascendant. That was why they were granted such a title. The Path of Oblivion's aura was manifested on Jizuking's fingertip. She said, "Summon your small world. You can experience it yourself." Su Ping glanced at the silver, dark vibe, which felt extremely dangerous. He did as recommended. He did want to experience it in person, so that he would remember it at a deeper level. Jizuking curled her lips as Su Ping's small world appeared. The silver-dark aura darted out from her fingertip, stabbing Su Ping's small world like a sharp needle. "Try to defend yourself," said Jizuking with a smile. Su Ping nodded, and then immediately summoned his small world. He concentrated all the small world's faith power on the part being attacked. God's arrival. He compressed the power of faith into a shell inside the small world through the secret technique, created where the needle was going to stab. Su Ping detected a frightening aura. It was a poignant power, destructive and corrosive, which was attempting to break into his small world. The laws on the inner wall of his small world began to collapse rapidly in front of that power. Only the four supreme laws were struggling to resist, but they were failing too. Path of Illusion. Su Ping didn't make use of his second small world. He merely activated the law of illusion in the first small world, attempting to transmute the invading power into an illusion to prevent it from causing any damage. However, the Path of Illusion was unable to completely transform the invading power. It only slowed down the stabbing momentum. "I can't resist any longer. Come again." Su Ping summoned his power of faith again, this time gathering it to make a hammer. He smashed forward from inside his small world, also gathering the strength of the small world, hopping to knock the needle away. Bang! A rumbling noise burst out of Su Ping's small world. The pointy needle made with the Path of Oblivion was indeed loosened by his attack. It only caused a hole in this small world, but it didn't go through. "You!" Jizuking's mouth was slightly open. She watched as Su Ping tried his best to defend and was suddenly lost for words. Su Ping's small world left her in shock. Her attack was supposed to easily penetrate Su Ping's small world. He shouldn't have been able to put up any resistance. However, his small world was sturdier than she thought. She expected the small world to be hard, as it had reached the peak to begin with, and was strengthened by the blood source crystals. Much to her surprise, Su Ping gathered the power of faith and formed a strong shell that blocked her attack. Then the power of a strange law came forth and affected her laws. She almost suspected that her eyes were deceiving her. She was sure that the weird law used by Su Ping didn't belong to any of the paths or laws she knew. It was like an unknown path. It could even be one he created on his own. But was it really possible for someone in the star state to create a law? Jai Zuking's shock increased. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through this junior brother of hers, who hadn't cultivated much yet, while she had lived countless years as a heavenly lord. Bang! The shell made with faith power in Su Ping's small world finally gave in and broke. He condensed it again. However, it soon shattered once more after blocking the attack for a moment. Jai Zuking's needle was finally able to penetrate smoothly through Su Ping's small world. Su Ping instantly detected all kinds of laws and traits in the broken small world. Said traits had been combined with the path of oblivion. To be honest, it consisted of two features. All the laws and paths in his small world were banned. Everything, including matter and energy, was destroyed. All of it was sent into oblivion. What a powerful and dominating path. Is this how strong heavenly lords are? Su Ping's face was slightly pale, but his eyes glittered brilliantly. Everything led to the same result. Jai Zuking, however, didn't look very happy. It was supposed to be an easy stab. How could you block it 3 times? It was truly insulting for her, a heavenly lord. Jai Zuking was quite sullen. She even felt the urge to kill him. Did you feel it? She asked, once she expressionlessly dismissed the aura on her fingertip. Yes, I did. Su Ping took a deep breath and replied solemnly, You are really strong, senior sister. Jai Zuking wasn't at all happy about his compliment, even after looking him in the eye and knowing that he wasn't being sarcastic. She snorted and said, That was nothing. I'm only Master's 5th strongest disciple. The people above me are the real monsters. Our first and second senior brothers in particular. They are so strong that even Celestials would have a hard time trying to kill them. Are they really that strong? Su Ping was rather surprised. 2 of the top heavenly lords that Celestials couldn't easily kill were his senior brothers. Our first senior brother is not very gifted, but he has learned after our master for the longest time. Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping and said, He has grasped the 4 supreme laws and the other laws to a flawless degree. It's said that he once saw the river of laws in the path source world and was able to pick up a great power there. Remarkable, Su Ping couldn't help but feel impressed. The 4 supreme laws had been grasped flawlessly. How difficult must it have been? It was worthy of note that some ascendants hadn't grasped all the 4 supreme laws yet. Of course, those were among the mediocre cultivators. Some of the stronger ascendants had learned the 4 supreme laws, but they couldn't grasp them flawlessly. The usual outcome would be for them to only grasp the path they created, or some lesser paths to a flawless level. To achieve a flawless comprehension of supreme laws was as difficult as to understand the law of time while having a star state cultivation. There are a couple of other senior brothers who are also heavenly lords now. They're not as strong as our first senior brother, but they're extremely gifted. Master thinks highly of them too. Given enough time, they'll grow and become top heavenly lords too. Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping and said, I sense that you performed a special law that managed to affect my law. It was something I had never felt before. Did you create it by yourself? Su Ping quickly shook his head. I certainly didn't. I would have reached the ascendant state if I were able to do that. That's true. Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping, not thinking he had created that path either. It would be too shocking to see anyone establish a path while in the star state. She hadn't heard of anyone who could do that. However, it was obvious to her that Su Ping's secret was involved. The crazy absorption of the blood source crystals earlier seemed to be also related to that special law. Her intention was not to dig further. She said, I'll show my laws again, see how much you can learn. You should focus on the processes in which I grasped my laws. They may be helpful to you. Don't think about anything else. Also, don't get too obsessed with my laws that would only prevent you from walking a path of your own. Sure. Su Ping nodded. Jai Zuking immediately demonstrated for Su Ping again. Time flew. Su Ping discussed and debated with his senior sister inside her small world. Although Su Ping's laws and paths didn't improve, he had a much deeper understanding about ways to grasp laws. The harvest was big. After the demonstration was over, Su Ping rose and thanked Jai Zuking solemnly. Thank you very much, senior sister. Jai Zuking replied casually, That's all right. Are you ready for your breakthrough to the Star Lord state now? Not yet. Su Ping said, Didn't you say you would teach me 2 unusual techniques? Let's practice them first. On the other hand, about my planets. I've already sent my pets to run the required errands. Jai Zuking was being forced to speechlessness. You're still hopping to grasp more laws. Never mind. I'll just teach you the techniques. I just think you can't get the hang of the 2 techniques in 3 months. Chapter 1059, Primordial Talent. Okay. Su Ping accepted the arrangement. Jai Zuking didn't waste any time. She gathered the laws that were currently dispersing around her and said solemnly, Firstly, it's a body movement technique that can help you escape from danger. It's an ancient technique called Sun Chaser. This technique was acquired from ancient relics. It's said that it was created by ancient giants who tried to chase after divine birds. Unfortunately, the technique is incomplete, as only the first part was found. Even so, it's still a very sophisticated martial art. It wouldn't be easy even for Celestials to catch up with you if they don't use the power of their divine mark and their flawless paths. The Sun Chaser. Su Ping was rather intrigued. The Golden Crow was a way the sun was referred to back in the primordial days. Is the technique related to the Golden Crows? I should visit the sealed Golden Crow stars and get to know them better. The original technique set is in Master's treasury, but I've made another copy with my divine mark. I'll impart it to you right now. Try your best to grasp it, said Jai Zuking solemnly. Su Ping nodded. A crack suddenly appeared on Jai Zuking's forehead. Just like a third eye, pure divine power began to spread from the golden, vertical slit. A stream of power was suddenly transferred to Su Ping's head. He instantly felt the influx of a colossal amount of information. While in a trance, he vaguely saw a shadow that was running, jumping, and flashing. Nothing but its legs could be seen as the shadow ran faster and faster. The legs became all there was. They contained that many laws. Su Ping was astonished. That pair of running, jumping legs contained countless laws, which merely propelled them, adjusting them, and even changing the environment to accommodate their movement. Su Ping gradually became fascinated. He saw the running man again as the trance continued. The man was glowing brilliantly as he rushed across mountains, rivers, and plains. He crossed the end of the world and stepped into space. He continuously ran in the void, which changed constantly as if voluntarily boosting his legs. The wind, the air, space, and time, everything was helping him run. Su Ping was deeply astounded. He didn't know laws could be used in such a way. When that man ran, the entire world seemed to be helping him. That man looks rather familiar. Su Ping had an odd sensation of familiarity as he saw that man, which puzzled him. The man had to be the technique's creator, who had died millions of years before. It was impossible for Su Ping to know him. Wait a moment, his fists. Suddenly, he saw the man's upper half. The man was waving his arms too as he ran. Su Ping felt a greater sense of familiarity when he saw those gestures. Su Ping suddenly woke up. He realized why he thought it was familiar. He had seen the man when he practiced the Fist of Exorcist. The Fist of Exorcist was a boxing technique given by the system. He had only cultivated it to the 3rd level. Since his swordsmanship improved, he had preferred to kill his foes with his sword from then on. He had melded features of the boxing technique into his sword techniques. no longer spending much time on the Fist of Exorcist itself. After all, he only needed one ultimate skill. But he had seen the illusions left by that man when he practiced his technique. He punched fiends and chased after the sun. He must have been invincible when he was alive, right? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He felt sorry that such an extraordinary figure had also disappeared in the river of time, and his name had been forgotten. But there was also the possibility that the man was still alive, but the world he lived in was in all likelihood far removed from the Federation. While we're on this subject, how far is the universe governed by the Federation from the worlds listed in the system? The idea popped up in Su Ping's heart. He immediately asked the system in his heart. "I'll tell you when you reach the celestial state," replied the system lazily. Su Ping rolled eyes in his heart. "Are you going to entice me with some legacy too? Being the system, you should be ashamed. If I were you, I would have given myself an ancestral god's legacy. That way I could guarantee that my store would have branches throughout the universe, and you could do anything you wanted." "What an excellent dream. Just go back to bed. Maybe you can continue this dream," said the system with a snort. It did not mince words. Su Ping spat, no longer wanting to argue with the system. After all, it was unlikely for him to win. He dropped all distractions and focused on grasping the technique. He was quick to learn something from the man's legs, possibly because he had already seen the man practicing the Fist of Exorcist and found him very familiar. The Fist of Exorcist allows me to suppress everything, destroying all laws and paths with invincible power. This sun chaser technique, however, uses laws and makes everything in the world serve me, aiding my body in reaching the perfect status to travel across the universe. The first part of the technique already shows a fantastic usage of laws. I wonder what I'll be able to do if I completely grasp the technique. Su Ping couldn't help but admire that ancient senior, as there had been countless geniuses throughout history. It would be a lifelong pleasure if I could meet those talents in the cultivation sites, Su Ping thought. Facing Su Ping, the divine mark on Jai Zuking's forehead was already gone. She thought that he had reached a bottleneck, seeing the constant change of facial expressions, ranging from confusion to anger. She smiled and said peacefully, "Take your time. I won't be a nuisance, just call me if you need anything. You still have 25 years left for your cultivation. I hope that you can master this body movement technique in 10 years. Su Ping opened his eyes. Then he saw that Jai Zuking had stood up and then disappeared with a smile. 10 years? Su Ping was rather lost for words. He had only cultivated for a dozen years in all his life. The body movement technique was wondrous, but the core of it had to do with the usage of laws anyway. He had a complete grasp on his strength thanks to the life and death tests he had gone through, and thus he could make use of any law. Now that he had a teacher, he merely needed to imitate the teacher in order to grasp the sun chaser technique. Su Ping didn't waste his time. He shook his head, then fully devoted himself to the sun chaser technique. Many laws were manifested around his body. They were arranged in different order to carry out their distinctive features. Time flew. 10 days later, on the mountaintop. The peak of the mountain had already been flattened by a man running back and forth. He was fast and unpredictable, while being surrounded by many laws. Time and space changed accordingly, seemingly helping him move as he sprinted. Both gravity and wind seemed to have turned into his wings too, accelerating his step. Su Ping shook and paused all of a sudden, nearly falling off when he stopped. It's indeed harder than I thought. I'm not truly good at it yet. Also, the key of this movement technique is sprinting. Su Ping stood there and thought hard. He resumed his practice a moment later. His blurry shadows dashed quickly on the mountaintop. At moments there were hundreds of them. All of them were soon gone and never reappeared. This guy. Jai Zuking was watching from a corner of her small world. Her plan was to mind her own business. However, out of all expectations, she saw that Su Ping was moving on the mountaintop only a few days after they parted. She didn't think that Su Ping could grasp the technique that fast, no matter how talented he was. It would be inevitable for him to be clumsy while he learned the technique. She was planning to record it. She was delighted at the thought of keeping Su Ping's awkward recordings for later, when he obtained the legacy and reached the celestial state. But then she soon realized that something was wrong. Although Su Ping wasn't good at the technique yet, he wasn't clumsy at all. His moves were actually agile. Also, his moves improved with each time, evidently becoming faster. Did he know it or saw it performed before? Did Master show him the original copy of the technique? Jai Zuking was so shocked that she could not believe her eyes. However, that was her small world. She could see everything clearly, even with her eyes closed. There was nothing she could possibly miss. She quickly found out what was going on. Su Ping had a crazy control over his strength. He made use of all his laws one after the other. The features of those laws replaced each other at a quick speed. Still, Su Ping seemed to be quite at ease, not at all overwhelmed by the process. This guy. Jai Zuking didn't know how to describe Su Ping. How many years has he cultivated? Still, he had extremely precise control over his strength. He had consolidated his abilities really well, even though his strength was still improving at a fast pace, as if he would have cultivated for 1,000 years. Time went by one day after the other. Jai Zuking finally abandoned her activities to stare at Su Ping every day. She watched him getting the hang of the technique at a high speed. 2 months later, Jai Zuking had to show up. Chapter 1060, Sky Slayer. Su Ping noticed his senior sister's arrival, so he hurriedly reported, "Senior sister, I now have a basic grasp on the Sun Chaser technique." Jai Zuking, however, didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say. She claimed that it would take him 10 years to learn the technique if he was lucky. That was her original expectation. However, as it turned out, he had grasped the technique in just 2 months. All of it felt like a slap in the face to her. She had been observing in secret over the past 2 months, every day noticing his swift progress until he got the hang of the body movement technique. Su Ping's elder sister had finally realized that she had badly misjudged his capabilities. Even though he was still in a rapid growth phase, he had consolidated his abilities quite favorably, all thanks to his precise control over laws. It was almost as if he had indeed cultivated for 1,000 years. Plus, he was shockingly smart when it came to learning new things. That was why he was able to grasp the complicated body movement technique in only 2 months. After a long time of silence, Jai Zuking finally said in a peaceful tone, "Well done." "It's all thanks to your teaching, senior sister," Su Ping grinned and said to compliment her. Jai Zuking's lips twitched. "Still at peace," she said, "you have a very precise control over laws. Looks like you've trained in that aspect. No wonder you picked up the technique so fast. I may have to change your training program. Given your talent, you should be able to master the other secret technique in 2 months. I need to consider how to make the best use of the remaining time, so that you can be better prepared." Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping and put on a subtle smile as she spoke. The other technique was even more complex. It would take him at least half a year to grasp it, even if he was extremely familiar with laws. Her original plan was for Su Ping to master the Sun Chaser in 10 years, while he would depend on luck in regards to how much he could learn of the other technique. However, Su Ping's performance was beyond her expectations, which was a good thing for her. Still, although happy with his performance, she had to get back at him for being slapped in the face. She had been shocked time and again by Su Ping's progress. This time, she had purposefully shortened the time because she wanted to win that one. "I'll try my best," Su Ping nodded. He wanted to grasp the technique as fast as possible too, and then focus on new laws. "I heard from Master that the sword is your favorite. Therefore, the technique I've picked for you is a sword technique. Considering your talent, you must have mastered the law of sword, right?" "That's right." Jai Zuking glanced at him when he admitted to it. It was still within her expectation, but she had conflicting feelings when she realized that Su Ping had mastered numerous laws, even though he was only in the star state. "That's good. If that's the case, you should be able to grasp the technique in 2 months. Jizuking stressed the 2 months part and then said, "This sword technique is called Sky Slayer. It's very powerful and it doesn't consider defense at all. This sword technique makes you charge at your enemy without ever considering coming back. Although you may cut down your enemy with this technique, it may still be too dangerous if you don't use the Sun Chaser movement technique." Su Ping listened quietly, knowing that his senior sister had surely spent a lot of time picking those techniques for him. Learn it well. The divine mark appeared on Jizuking's forehead again, transmitting the essence of the sword technique straight to Su Ping's head. He narrowed his eyes as he immediately felt an illusory, yet sharp sword aura in front of his eyes, which seemed to be cutting his pupils apart. Although the sword aura was quite vague, he felt he was being cut apart just by watching. He had goosebumps all over his body. Very soon, Su Ping noticed a sword aura rising between the sky and the earth. It was like the first streak of light that broke the void. The sword aura was unstoppable as it rose to the sky, seemingly about to penetrate the world. It destroys everything in its way, never looking back, not even when it's out of momentum. Su Ping looked at the sword aura and could vaguely feel the swordsman's determination. He had the determination of attacking and killing his opponent relentlessly, at the cost of his own life. A sword was the weapon wielded by a master. It could also understand its master's intention. Using a sword with physical strength was the worst, using a sword with tricks was better, and using the sword with determination was the best. The sword aura seemed to contain some sort of willpower and determination at the moment. It tore the sky apart, above the chaos. Countless laws and lightning smashed down. The sword aura leaped against the river current. It fought back while facing countless strikes, using even more violent and crazy moves. It didn't dodge or circumvent, unleashing an even more dazzling brilliance. This sword technique. Su Ping was deeply astounded. It was crazy and insane. One could almost say that such a technique had been made for lunatics. It was all about killing and destroying, without considering one's own safety. The sword contained countless laws. What was even more horrifying, those laws didn't enhance the sword, they destroyed each other, causing a strange power of destruction to emerge, which was then imbued to the sword aura, which would drown and destroy everything it touched. If you want to kill your enemy, kill yourself first. This is almost a sword technique for suicide. If you destroy your own laws, how are you supposed to wave this sword? It's impossible to grasp this sword technique, is it? Su Ping was so deeply shocked by the sword technique that he even wanted to back off. He had felt the technique's edge. It was really sharp and terrifying, with a killing aura that would ruin everything. It seemed that even the swordsman who was performing the sword technique would also be killed by it. Such a technique cannot exist. There must be a way to master it. Otherwise, those who practice it will die before they actually use it. What kind of power can control all laws and have them release their features in order during the destructive sequence? Su Ping was deep in thought. Jizuking smiled but didn't say anything as she saw Su Ping ponder in shock over the technique. She gradually disappeared from view. Time went by one day after the other. Up on the mountaintop, Su Ping stood absolutely still, just like a statue. He was still visualizing the sword aura in his head. The laws around the sword aura supported each other and unleashed a sharp power. There seemed to be something working as a foundation and balance for all those destructive laws. There's only one thing that can possibly balance all the laws. It's the world. Su Ping suddenly woke up, as if someone would have just poured a bucket of water over his head. Then he stared at the sword aura again. He immediately noticed more things since he had gained a deeper understanding. There really seemed to be a world hidden inside the sword aura. I see. The control over the world. Su Ping finally understood what had happened. He raised his head, condensing a sword made of deity aura. He then raised his hand and waved the sword. He controlled the sword in his hand, as if he were controlling his small world. He practiced again and again, releasing laws that ripped each other apart to the point of destruction as they surrounded the sword. They melded together, becoming a horrifying power. Bang! His sword was blown up by the laws in the first attempt. Bang! The second time was no different. The third time, the fourth, until the 832nd time. The sword didn't explode. Then a sword aura darted out and then exploded. Su Ping tried again and again. So it all comes to balance. Su Ping gradually experienced an epiphany as he practiced. He couldn't help but admire the creator of that sword technique. Underneath the violent and crazy power of destruction was a balanced heart that controlled everything. He could vaguely picture a man whose heart was calm, but his eyes were crazy. That was the creator of the sword technique. His hand had to be brutal, and his heart must be stable. Banged! The entire void shook after Su Ping slashed with the new sword aura. A deep black mark seemed to be surfacing. What happened? A person appeared near the crack all of a sudden. It was none other than Jai Zuking. She had left with satisfaction after seeing Su Ping's sword explode again and again while he tried his best to practice the technique. She was about to resume her own activities when she detected that her small world was quaking. That's right, her small world was under attack. Although the tremors were feeble, she was still shocked to find that her small world was affected. She was deep in the Celestial Court's territory. Was someone ambushing her? However, hardly had she shown up when she noticed the gradually receding light in midair. A sharp cutting force was vaguely spreading out in the void. The air seemed to have transformed into countless blades in the place where the sword aura disappeared. She felt she was inhaling blades that churned her body every time she breathed. Jai Zuking suddenly looked at Su Ping. Then she extended her consciousness to the utmost depths of her small world, replaying what Su Ping had done while she was away, until she saw how his sword had slashed forth a moment earlier. You! Jai Zuking stared at Su Ping in shock, her eyes with a slight shiver. How long has it been? Has Su Ping already mastered the technique? This sword technique was much harder to master than the Sun Chaser. It required precise control over one's small world. Su Ping felt exhilarated by the sword aura's effect. He put on a smile upon seeing senior sister Jai. He had been planning to call out to her. Senior sister, I've mastered the technique, Su Ping reported. Jai Zuking gazed at Su Ping, silent for a long time. She had kept count of the time. It had only been 1 month. She suddenly felt the urge to turn around and leave. She couldn't stay there any longer. It was too frustrating. Where is this junior brother of mine from? He's a true monster. Although Jai Zuking knew that Su Ping's smile wasn't intended to mock her, she started to doubt whether or not she knew what mockery was. That was definitely mockery. Yes, absolutely. She took a deep breath and calmed down. Then she said, now that you've mastered the sword technique, junior brother, what will your next step be? Breaking into the Star Lord state. Su Ping shook his head. I'm planning on going out for a trip. You want to grasp more laws. She would have felt sorry for him in the past, as she knew geniuses all too well. Their kind was confident, stubborn, and never looked back until they hit a wall. However, Su Ping had torn down her expectations again and again. She didn't have subsequent plans for Su Ping's training, so she didn't know what she should say to dissuade him. Chapter 1061, Meeting with the Superior Gods. Jai Zuking's 25 decelerated year training plan for Su Ping had been accomplished by him in only 3 months, which was only slightly more than 1 day in reality. She felt the whole thing was surreal, while frustration was added when Su Ping proposed to leave. However, she could only accept his request. This is my number. Call me if you need anything. I will be at the ready during this 3-month period. Right? You're not in our school's group yet, right? I'll send you an invite. A watch appeared out of nowhere. It was then strapped on Jai Zuking's wrist. It had previously been kept in her small world. Like any other items, she could summon it at any time. Su Ping nodded. Reaching out to her would be more convenient if he had her number. They soon became friends online. Then, Jai Zuking sent him an invite to a battle alliance. Su Ping accepted the invite. The next moment, there was another battle alliance called Supreme Celestial Court on his list. His previous experience of joining Xingyu Shen'er's battle alliance helped him know what it was all about. He found that the leader of the battle alliance, who was apparently his master, was not online. Master's clone is occasionally online. Feel free to ask him if you have any questions. As for the others, they are rarely there, but just call out to them if you're in trouble. Everybody will help you, said Jai Zuking as she put away the watch. Su Ping glanced at the number of members in the battle alliance, finding it was 78, but most of their avatars were dim, indicating that they were offline. Su Ping also saw Diaz among them. So that guy was invited a long time ago. His family must have laid out everything for him. Diaz's avatar was also dim too at the moment. He was probably in the middle of his training. He noticed that Jai Zuking had put away her watch, so he stopped checking and chose to exit the channel. Thank you for your help, senior sister, said Su Ping. Jai Zuking glanced at Su Ping and said, no need to be so courteous with me. You can return my favor by winning the legacy. Never mind, I can't tell you everything. If you do win and reach the celestial state, even I will have to look up to you. You will always be my senior sister, even if I reach the celestial state, said Su Ping with a smile. She felt warm as she saw Su Ping's sincere smile. Then she nodded and said, let's talk about that later. I'll bring you out. By the way, both the blue planet and the other planet you mentioned have been shipped over. Shipped? Su Ping was lost for words. Planets were nothing worth mentioning in front of ascendant experts and the technology of the Federation. Jai Zuking didn't waste any more time and simply saw Su Ping off. They returned to Su Ping's temple, where time flowed at a normal speed. After communicating with her battle pet, Jai Zuking learned where the planets were relocated and instantly took Su Ping away. An hour later, they saw Rhea somewhere outside of the Celestial Court. As for the blue planet, Jai Zuking found a special spot since the relocation to the Celestial Court was permanent. It wasn't together with Rhea. Su Ping had no time to meet with his old friends on the blue planet. He went back to Rhea and said goodbye to his senior sister before dashing toward his store. There were still a lot of customers outside at that time. Everyone was discussing what had happened to their planet. According to the Ryan's global announcement, Rhea had been transferred to the central area of the Golden Star Zone by an ascendant state expert. That was the place where the true gods of the universe lived. Everybody on the planet was excited because of the news. The foreigners who had gone to Rhea for traveling purposes were stuck there because of the relocation. The news had left them dumbfounded. They had simply traveled to the planet, and the planet itself was traveling too. That was truly an eye-opener for them. All the customers exclaimed in joy as they noticed that Su Ping had returned. Some of the bolder customers asked loudly why the planet had been moved. All of them knew Su Ping's identity. Even the Ryans had to bend in front of him. The planet's relocation was probably done because of him. After all, some ascendants had gone there and extended invitations to Su Ping earlier on. Su Ping realized that they didn't need his soothing once he saw that all of them were excited, not at all panicked. He didn't have the time to answer their questions, so he flashed to enter his store. Both Green Lady and Joanna noticed Su Ping's rushed entrance. Both were solemn, thinking that something was afoot. Let's put business to rest for today, Su Ping said to them. Tang Ruyan, the employee with the most seniority in Su Ping's store, ran to him and asked, did something happen? Both Green Lady and Joanna stared at Su Ping and waited for his reply. Relax, it's fine, Su Ping quickly reassured them, seeing how nervous they were. Both Green Lady and Joanna felt relieved upon hearing that, and remembering the undetectable, mysterious existence residing in the store. Tang Ruyan calmed down too, and informed the customers of their business closing for the day. Then, she put up the closed sign on the door. Outside, everybody was surprised and suspicious to see Su Ping close the store right after coming back. They were also concocting the most bizarre speculations because of the recent planet relocation. The people of the Ryan family received the news and swiftly showed up at Su Ping's door. Su Ping's store had already closed by then. "I need to train in seclusion," Su Ping said to the girls after closing the store. All of them had been to cultivation sites. Su Ping didn't have to keep it a secret anymore. "Why the rush? Did something happen?" asked Green Lady curiously. Su Ping had always seemed lazy, while at the same time he had never been patient and careful unless he was taking care of his customers' pets. Of course, all those pets would end up weeping because of his caring. "There's an opportunity to acquire a true god's legacy." Su Ping briefly informed everybody of the god's trial. Everybody was stunned after hearing the news. Tang Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. Then she showed a troubled expression. She was indeed happy for his sake, while somewhat feeling miserable at the same time. She had been training hard, trying to catch up to him, which seemed to be a hopeful endeavor thus far. But she was about to be left far behind again. Unlike Tang Ruyan, Joanna only felt slightly envious after the initial shock, and even that smidge of envy was also gone soon after. She said calmly, "I don't think you have to fight for that opportunity. You will forever be stuck in the celestial state if you inherit the legacy. I think, considering your privileges, that it would be a loss." She knew there was a formidable backer training him. The celestial state was definitely not their end goal. It would be an extravagant waste to invest so much effort on someone who would be stuck in the celestial state. Furthermore, she had found answers to some of her questions once she visited the Archean divinity. She was no longer as stuck in the Archean divinity as before. Given enough time, she could advance to the celestial state too on her own. She could go even further and higher if she had good opportunities. "Indeed, it's not really a good thing," Green Lady also remarked calmly. She had met a lot of experts when she was with the Twilight Deity King, including deity emperors. She had seen even more terrifying monsters in some of the ruins found in the realm of deities. So, the opportunity of reaching and forever remaining stuck in the celestial state wasn't something to be excited about. Also, she had another reason. "There's a good chance that you may reach the celestial state if you consume me when you break through to the ascendant state. I will try my best to help you." Green Lady stared at Su Ping and continued, "You'll be able to continue growing if you do that. You'll rise even higher with the help of the big shot backing you. It's even possible for you to become a deity emperor." Su Ping nodded after hearing their recommendations. He had indeed considered all those ramifications. Still, it was a truly rare opportunity. He wouldn't use it on himself, but he could give it to his pets. He could get a celestial state pet without wasting too much time or effort. His master had mentioned that the universe would fall into chaos very soon. Su Ping hoped he could become stronger as soon as possible. Even though he would be safe inside his store after the universe was destroyed, he couldn't hide there forever. He didn't want the Blue Planet's crisis to be repeated. "Hey, you're asking him to give up the opportunity of reaching the celestial state." Tang Ruyan became anxious. She had already learned about the levels known in the Federation. Star State warriors were seen as legends back on the Blue Planet, but they were only reasonably good when considering the whole scope of the Federation. "Even if you don't need it, you have to get it. How can you leave the opportunity for someone else to grab?" said Tang Ruyan to persuade him, unwilling to let the chance go to waste. Su Ping nodded. "That's right, I'm going to fight for it." He looked at Green Lady and said, "I will reach the ascendant state and the celestial state on my own. I won't swallow you. Don't mention that ever again. You're my employee. You have to work for me for the rest of your life." He put on the wicked smile of an exploitative boss as he spoke. Green Lady was stunned for a moment, then looked at him thoughtfully, choosing not to argue any longer. She simply said, "Maybe you can do that, but I can shorten the time needed. Let's talk about it again when you reach the ascendant state." She wanted to persuade Su Ping after he realized how difficult it was for him to take the step from the ascendant state to the celestial state on his own. Su Ping didn't argue with her either. After all, it wasn't like she could just cram herself into his mouth. Joanna gazed at Su Ping. She knew that, unlike Tang Ruyan who had big boobs but small brains, he was too shrewd to be tempted by short-time returns. It was unlikely that he didn't know what was best for him. "Is there anything I can help you with?" asked Joanna. "Yes," Su Ping instantly said. "I'd like to meet the 4 superior gods. I hope you can arrange a meeting. I'm hoping they can enlighten me." "Okay." Joanna nodded. "I was hoping to introduce them to you anyway. My original self has informed them of the situation in the Archean divinity. All of them are willing to meet you. They also hope that you can help us return to our real homeland." "I'll try my best, but we don't have connections in the Archean divinity. It should be simple if we seek the help of an ancestral god. Someone of that caliber can find the Archean divinity's stray fragment and take it to its original place with ease." Su Ping knew that it was difficult to accomplish the task that soon. His only hope was to win the favor of someone important in the Heaven Path Institute to later have the chance to talk. For that, he would have to show an even greater talent. "I believe you can do that. We'll keep waiting." Joanna glanced at him and gave him a rare smile. Su Ping smiled too, then said to Green Lady and Tang Ruyan, "I'm leaving with Anna. The store is in your hands." Green Lady gave him a slight nod, while Tang Ruyan quickly said, "Be careful." Chapter 1062, Heather. "I'll try my best, but we don't have connections in the Archean divinity. It should be simple if we seek the help of an ancestral god. Someone of that caliber can find the Archean divinity's stray fragment and take it to its original place with ease." Su Ping knew it was difficult to accomplish the task soon. His only hope was to win the favor of someone important in the Heaven Path Institute to later find a chance to talk. He was going to take the little skeleton and the other pets to the demigod burial, which was the safest cultivation site for him. While he trained, his pets could look for their own opportunities. "Time to go." Su Ping instantly set off after everything was settled. The familiar feeling of teleportation was felt again. Su Ping opened his eyes again. The familiar aura and assorted enemies made him realize he had indeed reached the demigod burial. They had landed on a green meadow in the wild. Joanna said, "Wait for a moment. My original self and Heather, one of the superior gods, are on their way." Su Ping was rather flattered by the treatment. "A superior god is on her way to welcome us." "To welcome you mainly," Joanna said solemnly. "You're of critical importance for us right now, so you'll receive the best treatment. You'll meet the other 3 superior gods soon." Su Ping felt slightly nervous despite his usual boldness. He had never met 4 celestial state experts at the same time. Before Su Ping could open his mouth again, ripples surfaced in the air, and then 2 women quietly arrived in the sky above the meadow. Su Ping immediately felt that the environment had become warm and peaceful. Even the wind seemed to have been silenced at the moment. All the energy and laws in the air were also frozen, no longer wandering in disarray. Su Ping felt surprised by all the changes. He raised his head and became utterly fascinated, so much that his heart was pounding. 2 tall, slim, and beautiful goddesses were floating in midair. They were covered in sacred light, preventing all eyes from seeing them directly. The only things that could be seen were their eyes, which were deep and clear, as if able to see through anything. Their eyes alone were stunningly beautiful. Su Ping felt that their eyes were talking. The 2 goddesses were gorgeous in different ways. One of them was serene and gentle, while the other was proud and intimidating. Time seemed to have frozen at the moment, and the pair of goddesses had remained silent. Su Ping didn't realize until a moment later that he was absent-minded because of them. "Damn it, they're even more attractive than me." Su Ping felt rather awful, but then he found an excuse. "Good thing they're females." "This is Heather, a superior god." The proud and intimidating goddess introduced her partner to Su Ping. He was surprised. Judging from her tone, she was none other than Joanna. She didn't look identical to the Joanna standing next to him, but their voices were rather similar. He was only surprised because Joanna's original self seemed even more intimidating than the superior god next to her. The superior god, on the other hand, seemed rather serene and gentle. She was not intimidating at all. Instead, she exuded a benevolent air. "You must be the human genius Anna mentioned. You do look extraordinary." Heather had been wearing a smile the whole time. Her voice was as gentle and clear as a spring bird too, making everybody feel warm and cozy. "Senior, as expected of a superior god, you do have the best aesthetics," said Su Ping to return the compliment. Joanna, the one standing next to Su Ping, twitched her lips. "What are you talking about?" Heather was also stunned for a moment. Then she chuckled. "Anna mentioned that you can access the Archean divinity. Is that right?" "That is correct," Su Ping nodded. "Little Anna has told me everything. We're now studying in the Heaven Path Institute located in the Archean divinity. We may be able to ask an ancestral god to take this place back to the Archean divinity if we win the favor of someone important in the Heaven Path Institute. This way we could help you return to your hometown." Joanna's original self gave a slight nod at Heather to validate Su Ping's statement. Joanna, who was next to Su Ping, gloomily asked, "What do you mean by little Anna?" She unconsciously held her head high, making her breasts appear even more prominent. Su Ping's heart raced. He quickly explained, "You're the reincarnation. Aren't you little Anna? Your original self is Big Anna." Su Ping withdrew his gaze from her breasts as he talked, unconsciously glancing at her original self. He secretly gasped, thinking he wasn't wrong at all to distinguish them by sizes. "Hey you!" Joanna's original self noticed Su Ping's covert glance. The man was apparently even bolder than she had expected. She glared at Su Ping, as she wanted him to be more serious. "You two seem quite close." Heather chuckled as she observed the situation unfold. She seemed to be quite gentle. There was no telling what she was thinking. Joanna blushed for a moment, realizing her implication. Then she glared at the other woman. "Let's talk about business. He's here because he needs your help. I've informed you of the situation. Try to help him so that we can return to the Archean divinity sooner." Su Ping was surprised to see Joanna daring to glare at a superior god. Then, he realized that Joanna's original self was the strongest goddess in the demigod burial, except for the superior gods. She would have been considered as one of the best heavenly lords, back in the Federation. In conclusion, the superior gods might not even be able to defeat her. "I didn't know she was this strong," Su Ping thought, clearly impressed. All the top heavenly lords were geniuses. Their kind was even rarer than those in the celestial state. "I understand." Heather pursed her lips and smiled, as if she found the situation interesting. She had been somewhat skeptical after hearing Joanna's briefing. Even though Joanna had sworn on her divine seal, she didn't think there could be such a human being. However, she gradually accepted that the human was indeed extraordinary, considering how quickly he had snapped out of his stupor after meeting her. "Let's go to the central temple. They're all waiting for us," said Heather with a smile. Joanna nodded. Su Ping didn't object. He was curious about the other superior gods too. Heather took action soon after. Su Ping instantly saw strange waves in space. Joanna's original self moved him and her reincarnation to her side, then stepped into the strange waves. Su Ping quickly saw that the deeper spaces around him had turned into a sharp spike, and something seemed to have been rolled from the second layer to the eighth. They were still standing in the original spot once the rolling started, as if stabilized by some sort of force. Then, the space around them moved quickly, taking them somewhere. "I didn't know it was possible to teleport like this." Su Ping was indeed astonished. It was an eye-opener. He had rarely seen such a move in battle. He would often die too quickly for him to see how Ascendants and Celestials killed him. "Can you teach me this teleportation technique?" asked the curious Su Ping straight away. The purpose of his trip was to learn and become stronger, so he didn't care about his pride. Heather smiled. "It's a simple technique, but you must fully master the law of space first." "I've already mastered it." "I'll teach you later then." "Thank you." Su Ping was surprised, given that the superior god was unexpectedly nice. He remembered something and asked Joanna's original self. You said that your original self was stranded somewhere. Was the problem solved? Joanna's original self was even prettier. Her long blonde hair gave her quite the mature image. She wore an exquisite adornment that looked like a drop of water on her forehead. Adding her eyes and aura, she could easily impress anyone as a seasoned warrior. Su Ping was able to also get a closer look at Heather. She was as gorgeous as a painting. However, her aura was different from Joanna's. She was like a caring mother who was gentle and serene. Still, Su Ping keenly detected her hidden intimidation when she rolled her eyes sometimes. Yes, a few superior gods helped me. Speaking of which, it's partly thanks to you. Joanna looked at Su Ping peacefully. Su Ping knew what she meant. She probably would have had to work on the problem on her own if it weren't for the Archean divinity. Heather smiled and said, "We tried very hard to address the problem. After all, we have to take care of our entire world all the time. The space species have become more aggressive as of late. We won't have to worry about them if we can return to the Archean divinity." Space species. Su Ping immediately remembered the void bug he had subdued, which was an invader to the demigod burial. It could eat gods and generate divine power. That was indeed unusual. Chapter 1063, God's Pride. I need to train Greenie too when I have the chance. There aren't any beasts like Greenie in the Federation. They must have been by the Federation. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he pondered. Space around him stopped changing soon after. The sharp spike unfolded, presenting a new scenery before him. It was a magnificent temple. We've arrived. Heather moved with agility. Space around her dispersed like smoke, revealing their presence as they emerged from the void. The guards present became wary the moment they showed up, but soon bowed respectfully after recognizing Heather. Heather walked at the front. She led Su Ping, Joanna's original self, and her reincarnation to the temple through the white stairs. Hardly had Su Ping entered the temple when he detected 3 indomitable auras deep within. He raised his head and immediately saw 3 figures on 3 thrones hovering in midair. They were 2 males and 1 female, who resembled impeccable art pieces done by nature. The 3 superior gods had also been gazing back at Su Ping since he set foot in the temple. They saw everything about him, inside and outside. Still, they did so in a subtle manner. They simply examined him in secret, out of curiosity for the human mentioned by Joanna. He's indeed not simple. He's a mere celestial god, and yet there's the power of a small world in his body. There's also the aura of the 4 supreme laws. Maybe Anna was right. All the 3 superior gods realized how tough Su Ping was. His combat ability was quite terrifying for a celestial god. They had seen countless pure-blood godly geniuses, born and raised there, but even they fell short in comparison. Joanna then made the introductions. This is Chevalelo, this is Ebor, and this is Avril. He is Su Ping, whom I've told you so much about. He's our hope to return to the Archean divinity. He's also a friend and an important partner of mine. Su Ping was slightly surprised by Joanna's introduction. He stole a quick look at her, only to find she was staring at the 3 superior gods with solemn eyes. I, Su Ping, pay respect to the superior gods, Su Ping greeted them casually. The 3 superior gods were definitely intrigued. It was quite rare for the usually proud and taciturn Joanna to befriend anyone. The latter never lowered her head, even in front of the 4 of them. Ebor, who was seated on the left side, stared at Su Ping and said, "Young human, I heard that your big-shot protector has a way to visit the Archean divinity. I wonder if you can ask them to help us move to the Archean divinity. If you do that, we will be eternally in your debt. We will try to give you whatever you want." His voice was magnetic, his presence was as charming as the sun, and he was extraordinarily handsome too. His golden and luxurious robe made him look even more awe-inspiring. Su Ping shook his head and said, "That won't be easy. We have to ask the experts of the Archean divinity for help. Anna has surely told you about this in detail. We're currently studying in the Heaven Path Institute. It should be much easier, so seek the support of the Institute's ancestral gods if we impress one of them. Of course, there's another solution. Su Ping continued. If you're willing to become my employees like Anna, and you move all the realm's inhabitants into your small world, I'll be able to directly take all of you to the Archean divinity. All the three superior gods frowned. They had learned a thing or two about the so-called employment from Joanna. After all, Joanna couldn't have left out Su Ping or his store in order to explain the trip to the Archean divinity. According to Anna, we cannot leave your store without permission if we become your employees. We would basically be imprisoned in your store, right? Asked Avril, frowning. She had the voice and aura of an ice goddess. It's true that my employees cannot leave my store randomly, but I can fire you right after taking you there if you want to live in the Archean divinity forever, said Su Ping. He wasn't afraid that the secrets of his store would be exposed. After all, even the four superior gods would remain stranded in the demigod burial without his help. Those superior gods were no different from locals of primitive planets in his eyes. They weren't a threat. Wouldn't that be troublesome? Asked Ebor, frowning. Can't you just ask your protector to pull our whole world back to the Archean divinity? If they can easily teleport you, this shouldn't be too hard, right? Su Ping shook his head and said, It's very hard to explain, but it's impossible to do that. I wish I could let you return to your homeland sooner, but only the two methods I proposed are feasible for the moment. Chevalolo, seated at the center, was a middle-aged man who looked like a great emperor. He gazed at Su Ping and said, How can we make sure you will voluntarily cancel the contract after we become your employees? We would be at your mercy if we sign the contracts, according to what Anna has told us. Wouldn't that be so? Su Ping frowned ever so slightly. He suddenly realized why Joanna had stressed that he was her friend and important partner. She had never said such a thing to him until that very moment. Obviously, although the superior gods had agreed to meet him, and they wanted to return to their homeworld through his abilities, there was no trust between the two parties, even with Joanna as an endorser. Su Ping won't go back on his word, said Joanna. She stood up and stared at the three superior gods on the floating thrones. Although he may often be playful and even mischievous, he never goes back on his promises. I trust him. I hope you can trust him too. I know it's a very difficult decision, but we must trust him if we want to return to the Archean divinity. The gods' expressions changed upon hearing that. Ebor frowned and said, I know you trust him, but this matter is of critical importance. According to what you said, we would be in the territory of that big senior once we become his employees, and we would lose all control of our lives. He glanced at Su Ping and said, Even though he took you to the Archean divinity, how can you make sure he didn't do it for the purpose of winning your trust and ours through you? There was a slight change in Joanna's expression, seemingly infuriated. What's that supposed to mean? We're still hopping that the big shot could directly pull this wasteland back to the Archean divinity. We will surely thank them accordingly, said Ebor peacefully. You. Joanna wanted to continue, but Su Ping straightened his arm to interrupt her. She was stunned for a moment. She wouldn't have paid attention to Su Ping's movements in the past. Still, she couldn't regard him as a simple, lucky human anymore, not after everything they had gone through in the Archean divinity. In particular, after Su Ping had stared at the ancestral god in the eye despite the enormous pressure, and slew the prince of a renowned clan in public. She further realized that, even though the human had a strong protector, not all of his achievements were caused by luck and their help. There's no need to keep talking. Su Ping was completely calm. He didn't look at Heather, who seemed a bit surprised. Instead, he stared at the three superior gods and said calmly, As I said, you have two options. Firstly, you can become my employees. Secondly, you can wait until we receive the attention of the top experts of the Heaven Path Institute. I'm not asking you to work for me. Also, to be honest, my store is not in need of hands at the moment. Huh. The three superior gods were stunned for a moment, seeing how calm Su Ping was. They somehow sensed contempt on the human's calm face. Their astonishment had some anger mixed in. Young human, Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Ebor, who was as brilliant as the sun god, had a slight frown while he revealed his aura, which was as scary as a deep abyss. He seemed to be growing infinitely taller, as a lofty mountain that looked down at Su Ping. Ebor, what do you mean by this? Joanna was incensed by the latter's actions, seeing that he was no longer concealing his aura. She stepped forward and stood in front of Su Ping. But Su Ping pulled her arm to stop her. His expression remained impassive before the three superior gods, who were stunned for a moment. He was calm while facing the momentum of a man who was as terrifying as a deep abyss. Ebor was indeed like a ferocious beast that would swallow him at any minute. His aura could chill and terrify any ascendant. However, Su Ping wasn't at all intimidated, having experienced the pressure of the ancestral god and the Archean divinity. His eyes remained the same, and were even colder than before. I know who I am talking to. The question is, do you? Su Ping's voice was calm, but it resounded in the temple like rumbling thunder. I've come a long way with kindness and sincerity for the pursuit of true knowledge. Is this the treatment you're offering me? Chapter 1064, Disobedience. Young human, you're crossing the line. Chevalolo, the god seated at the center, frowned and said, This is the supreme temple. Nobody is allowed to shout or scream here. We're just trying to be safe. I don't think anyone is happy to hand out their lives to someone else. Would you do that? I don't think so. Su Ping's eyes were indifferent. He was no longer as friendly and modest as before. He replied with a cold tone, First of all, I didn't shout or scream. My voice wasn't any louder. You only found it offensive because you couldn't accept a human being questioning you. Secondly, were I you, I wouldn't easily give my life's control to someone else either. But like I said, you have the other option. Lastly, you need to realize that you need my help on this matter, not the other way around. I'm here in the pursuit of true knowledge. If you're unwilling to offer it, so be it. I have alternatives. The faces of the godly trio didn't look good after Su Ping's statements. Heather, who stood by Su Ping's side, was also frowning. She was observing Su Ping carefully. He gave her a completely different impression from the friendly and ever-smiling human she had taken there. He had also seemed quite plain and ordinary for that same reason. Weaklings were always friendly. They had no edges. However, Su Ping was radiating with such brilliance at the moment that she was rather astonished. Could a celestial god really be that bold? Even though Su Ping had a true powerhouse as backer, it was quite impressive for him to remain calm under the superior god's pressure, and even challenge them. The temple was momentarily caught in a quiet and awkward atmosphere. None of the superior gods spoke. Anger surfaced on Ebor's face. He wanted to scold Su Ping, but he held back, knowing it would very likely ruin their homecoming chance. Chevalolo opened his mouth unhurriedly a long time later. Young human, do you know how difficult it is to receive the attention of an ancestral god? I know you're remarkably talented, but that's not nearly enough. Even beings of our level would have difficulty in getting their attention. Su Ping realized what he was implying. The guy thought that the second option was a long shot, while the first option was too risky. Su Ping no longer cared to argue or say anything else. He naturally knew how difficult it was to pique the interest of an ancestral god. Even so, he was still working hard. Would he give up just because it was difficult? He had traveled a long way to acquire knowledge, partly because he wanted to fight for the legacy, and partly because he wanted to become stronger. He would definitely attract some attention when he returned to the Heaven Path Institute if he could condense 3 small worlds. After all, the young mentor who had taught him was only an ascendant state expert that had triple small worlds. His talent would surely garner attention if he managed a similar feat while still being a star state warrior. But he didn't tell them about his plans, as he no longer deemed necessary to talk to them. It was obvious that those gods had yet to figure out that they were the ones who needed him. Their attitude reminded Su Ping of the Rain clan and the Archean divinity. They were so condescending that even if they made a request, it would sound like they were doing a favor. Maybe that was just the pride of gods. But I don't have time for that. Su Ping turned around. He was about to leave without saying another word. All the superior gods changed their expressions as they saw this. They didn't expect that Su Ping would ignore what Chevalier had said and simply choosing to leave. Wouldn't they lose their only chance of returning to the Archean divinity if Su Ping left? Young human you. I have a name. Su Ping paused but didn't look back. He said with a solemn and cold tone, I introduced myself at the very beginning of our meeting. Not once did you call me by my name. Maybe all humans are the same for proud gods like you, but we do have different names. All of them were stunned for a moment. Avril, despite her usual coldness, surprisingly asked a man to stay once he saw him about to leave. Don't go just yet. There's a saying among humans, men of different beliefs should remain separated. Farewell. Su Ping didn't look back or stop. He straight off walked out of the temple. Joanna's expression was changing constantly. From the bottom of her heart, she hoped that Su Ping could stay and discuss matters with the superior gods. It had been her lifelong dream to return to the Archean divinity. However, the meeting had fallen through right after it started. Her feelings were a mess. She wanted to talk to him, but she knew that the man was just as proud as any god. You! Joanna angrily looked at the three superior gods and gnashed her teeth. I believe you owe him an apology. Her statement caused changes in the gods' faces. Dazzling flames seemed to be bursting out of Ebor's eyes. Anna, remember your identity. Don't mistake our indulgence for unlimited tolerance. Chevalier, the god seated in the middle, ignored Joanna and said to Su Ping as he was seeing himself out, Young human, we're very sincere too. You're being too hasty. I hope we can all sit down and talk in peace. He spoke in a slow and irrefutable manner. Su Ping didn't look back. However, he saw that the distance between him and the gate remained the same, even though he kept walking forward. He stopped and coldly stared at the three superior gods up above. Sit down and talk. You have been sitting here while I've been standing all this time. Did you mistake my friendliness for meekness? I called you senior out of respect. But that doesn't mean I'm scared of you. Avril frowned. Even she was unable to make Su Ping stay. The young man had left a terrible impression on her, but she didn't show any of it, because she still needed his help to return to the Archean divinity. What do we have to do to let you help us? Asked Avril. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and said, You people are lousy negotiators. I would have tried my best to help you, even without you asking me, all for Anna's sake. However, you're turning this into a deal. Unfortunately for you, the things you can offer are available elsewhere. Just let me leave while we are still talking peacefully, and I'll consider that nothing happened today. The three superior gods frowned, still silent. They became calm a few seconds later. Chevalier said, Sorry for our lack of manners. Mr. Su, could you forget what happened? You've come here for the pursuit of knowledge and we'll surely try our best to teach you. Indeed, let's discuss true knowledge first. We can talk about returning to the Archean divinity later, said Avril in a peaceful tone. Su Ping frowned a bit. Their quick change of attitude puzzled him. He looked at Joanna, only to find that she was wearing an awful expression. He immediately asked her with his eyes. Joanna glanced at Su Ping, then bit her lips. They had been partners for such a long time that there was no need for telepathy. Su Ping got his answer just by looking her in the eye. Those superior gods had indeed frozen space and time to discuss something while leaving him out of it. They had imprisoned him and plotted right in his face. Su Ping couldn't help but burst into fury. He took a deep breath and said to Joanna, Let's go. Joanna hesitated and struggled for a moment. She could have hinted that Su Ping's guess was wrong, but she didn't do that. She didn't want to lie to him. Young human, what's the meaning of this? All the three superior gods were enraged after hearing what Su Ping said. They had already given in and apologized for their lack of manners. And yet, this human is still not letting us off. Nothing. I will say it one more time, let us go. Su Ping's eyes were cold. He had hoped to study under the four superior gods and increase his understanding of paths. He didn't expect such treatment, which left him both infuriated and disappointed. Ebor stood up from his throne and yelled, "How bold of you!" Su Ping almost laughed out loud. "How am I bold anyway?" "Aren't you Anna's best partner?" said Avril. She stopped hiding her feelings. Her face was as cold as ice. "Helping us would also mean that you're doing Anna a favor. Anna, talk some sense into him." Su Ping felt like laughing, but he couldn't. He then looked at Joanna. She lowered her head. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. She seemed to have made some sort of decision when everybody gazed at her. She raised her head and declared to the superior gods on their thrones, "I want to return to the Archean divinity. It has always been my dream. However, I won't force my friend into a dilemma. I suggest you let us go right now, or I will fight my way out, even if my blood has to be spilled in this temple." Dazzling light burst out of her eyes as she talked, and a golden divine power surged, turning her clothes into an armor set. A golden spear appeared in her hand, too. All the superior gods changed their expressions after her declaration. "Anna, we've been accommodating because we appreciate you since you have fought for our sake. Do you honestly think you're as strong as us?" asked Chevalelo loudly, while imposing an unparalleled pressure. Chapter 1065, Personal Signature. "I know I'm not, but that doesn't mean I'll give up." Joanna had made her decision. There was no more hesitation in her eyes. She stood in front of Su Ping like a glowing war goddess. "Anna, do you realize you're betraying all of us by doing this?" The ice-cold Avril slowly rose too. The aura she had been concealing began to spread out, lowering the temperature of the entire temple as if it were winter time. Even space and time seemed to freeze. "You know me, I never betray my friends or partners. That's also the reason why I've defeated so many enemies all this time. It's all because I trust the warriors who fight by my side. I'm willing to give my back to them. At the same time, they also trust my every order, even if it means death." Joanna's eyes were cold and her spear was dazzling. "Su Ping has come here for the sole purpose of seeking knowledge. He would have helped us even if you didn't say anything. The fastest way for us to return to the Archean divinity is that you do your best helping him. And yet, you chose to give him the most stupid treatment. The real traitor isn't me here, but all of you. It's your pride and prejudice." All three superior gods had gloomy expressions after her claims. Chevalelo looked at Joanna thoughtfully, and then glanced at Su Ping. "Mr. Su, to be honest, we're unwilling to become your enemies. I hope you can forgive us if you're uncomfortable with our attitude today. We're sincerely hoping to discuss the matter with you. Whatever you need, just tell us. We'll try our best to satisfy you." Su Ping was silent for a moment. Joanna also looked at Su Ping. She actually hoped that Su Ping would choose to stay, but her rationality stopped her from forcing him to make any decision. Su Ping's expression made her realize his attitude. She could not help but heave a deep sigh. "There's nothing to discuss," said Su Ping unhurriedly. Chevalelo squinted grimly, like a lion holding back its fury. Both Ebor and Avril looked awful too. They didn't expect the human to be as adamant, not wanting to grant any leeway. How can a mere human being be this bold? Su Ping withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Joanna heaved a sigh in her heart, and then nodded. She gave a disappointed look at the three gods in the temple. How could they not understand that the situation had never been about making a deal? Su Ping was not there to haggle for benefits with them. He had gone there seeking knowledge as a friend. The latter had considered it his responsibility to help them return to the Archean divinity. She and Su Ping were friends, and he was offering a helping hand as a friend, without asking for anything in return. That was friendship. It wasn't a deal. The three gods had contorted faces as they saw how Su Ping and Joanna were truly trying to leave. Chevalelo took a deep breath and slowly rose. "Neither of you is leaving this place without our permission." Joanna's expression changed. She exclaimed furiously, "Have you really considered the consequences? He might never return if we let him go today. We've been trapped here for too many years. This is our territory. He's not going anywhere unless his big-shot backer shows up." Ebor's eyes were cold. His body, as noble as the sun, emanated an exuberant power. It was as if he were a burning furnace. Chevalier and Avril didn't say anything, but both of them gazed at Su Ping. They only feared the ominous presence protecting Su Ping, not Su Ping himself. Otherwise, they would have killed him long before. Su Ping turned around and glanced at them. His eyes were calm and fearless, even while the superior god trio was releasing a daunting aura. He only spared the gods a quick glance and then looked away. There was pity, regret, and scorn in his eyes. While ignoring them, Su Ping looked at Joanna and said softly, "Are you really going to take my side?" Joanna was stunned for a moment. He saw Su Ping's casual and familiar expression and soon calmed down to say, "Of course, you're my boss." "Your boss," Su Ping chuckled and then said, "I've finally met you in person. Are you willing to have your original self sign a contract with me?" Joanna was surprised. She had been as vigilant and distrustful as the three superior gods when she signed the contract with Su Ping in the beginning. However, she decided to take her chances in order to return to the Archean divinity. The time they had spent together was just the blink of an eye in her long life. Still, it had never been as easy and comfortable in the past. She was getting to know Su Ping better and better. He had fulfilled his promise and took her to the Archean divinity. Adding the things they experienced there, she had full understanding of the man. Her life would be restrained by Su Ping and the store once she signed the contract. Would Su Ping harm her? Joanna put on a smile. She said almost spontaneously, "Yes, of course." "Have you lost your mind?" The three superior gods were wide-eyed after hearing Joanna's bold answer. Their current contract had merely been signed with her reincarnation. Her original self couldn't enter Su Ping's mysterious store, which was the big shot's territory. They thought that Joanna's past decision had been a shrewd one, and yet she was at the moment willing to sign the contract with her original self. If the contract was exactly what as she had described, wouldn't her life be under the human's control? "Have you been brainwashed by this human, or did his protector tell you something? Didn't you say you've never met?" asked Ebor in shock and fury. "This is absurd." Avril was similarly infuriated. She realized that the smile on Joanna's face was sincere, as if Su Ping had asked for her hand in marriage, not the so-called contract. Also, to think that Joanna would answer so readily, as if she didn't even need to think about it. Would the Iron Goddess of War ever fall in love? Avril didn't think so. Even if she could, she would never fall in love with a lowly human. Indeed, other than gods, all the other races were inferior species in their eyes. It was just as humans made no difference between the smartest gorilla, a bull, or a horse. "Joanna, take a good look. He's a human being." Coldness was emitted from Chevalier's eyes. He had frozen time and space. Only Su Ping was absolutely still at the moment inside the temple. The latter had already grasped the path of space and time, but he was oblivious to the fact that he was frozen. "You're willing to give your life to a human being, to serve him and work as his subordinate." Chevalier found Joanna's actions ludicrous, a disgrace to all gods. They understood Joanna when she allowed her reincarnation to work for Su Ping as a way to enter the Archean divinity, but her original self was different. It's true that not all races are equal. Joanna stared at the three superior gods with brilliance in her eyes, but it's different if they are your partners. That was what Su Ping would often say to her when he trained pets. She repeated what he said to them. The three superior gods were stunned. Things are different when they're your partners. The silent Heather was startled for a moment because of that answer. Her eyes glittered as she looked at the currently frozen Su Ping. This human, to have changed the proud goddess of war to such a degree. Of the four superior gods, Heather knew Joanna the best as they were the closest. She knew full well that Joanna wouldn't have said anything like that in the past. They were pure-blood gods, birthed by nature. They were so noble that even the powerful and ancient dragons were just mounts in their eyes. All their partners and friends were from their own race. All the other races were beasts to be enslaved. "You're acting more and more unlike a god." Ebor couldn't help but yell in disdain and disappointment, as expected of a mid-ranked god. Your bloodline is inferior and corrupted. The four superior gods were high-ranked gods. They had been able to reach that state in such a barren land because of their noble bloodline. Even though Joanna had a shocking talent, it was extremely difficult for her to become a superior god, given the restrictions of her mid-ranked god bloodline. Some mid-ranked gods did become superior gods or even go beyond. However, none of them were as strong as the ancestral gods, who were true giants. Therefore, they couldn't pass down their powers via their bloodline. Even if an expert rose in their families, the bloodline would only be slightly optimized. It wouldn't be a great improvement. If no more unusual geniuses were born in the family, their bloodlines would eventually decline until they became low-ranked gods. In the end, they couldn't even guarantee their blood's purity. By then, they would no longer be called gods. They would be known as subgods, who were seen as a disgrace to all gods. It would be different if someone became a high-ranked god. Their high rank would always remain, as long as their ancestral god didn't perish. That was why the high-ranked gods were always powerful and condescending. Chapter 1066, Fight Without Fear. I am a mid-ranked god, but so what? Joanna wasn't infuriated because of Ebor's mockery. Instead, her face glowed with pride and confidence. Someone proved to me that even the high-ranked gods are nothing worth mentioning. Even the high-ranked gods can be obliterated if you're strong enough. It's true that I was born to a mid-ranked god family, but I won't complain. If my family cannot give me the most powerful bloodline, I'm going to create it with my own hands. Joanna raised her head. Her voice echoed in the supreme temple. She looked around dauntingly. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear on her face, even though she was facing three superior gods. The goddess of war, who had once fought everywhere in the demigod burial, had fully revealed her aura. She didn't cower before those powerhouses. This is outrageous. The three gods were infuriated by Joanna's bravado. Anger surfaced on their faces. The pride and dignity of high-ranked gods was at stake. It couldn't be stained by a mere mid-ranked god. Anna, you've changed. Avril's eyes were cold. You would have never said such an outrageous thing. This human has changed you. I will try rescuing you for old time's sake. Your mind must have been affected by him without you realizing it. Maybe his protector did something to you in secret, said Ebor with a gloomy expression. It became increasingly clear to him how cunning that human was. They had coexisted with Joanna for such a long time that they knew her very well. She wouldn't have said such unruly remarks. High-ranked gods were supreme in the eyes of every god. How could she have been that disrespectful? Say no more. Joanna stabbed her golden spear into the ground, making the temple shake. The frozen time and space was also rippling. She then declared, I know whether or not I'm being controlled. I didn't change. I was simply awakened. Gods were the strongest species in the primordial times, but why were we defeated? It wasn't because we weren't strong enough, but because we were too arrogant. Shut up. Chevalalo interjected from his central position. He spoke with disappointment and coldness. The patience granted to you is limited. You should be imprisoned for 100,000 years for what you said today. Now, go to the prison with this human. We'll see if the big shot is bold enough to show up. Their attitude toward Su Ping was just a test. They had figured out a lot of information from his attitude. First of all, if Su Ping was asking them to become his employees, it was doubtless because the alleged big shot backing Su Ping wouldn't be able to deal with them easily. Otherwise, he could have simply suppressed them with violence. Secondly, they couldn't find an explanation for Su Ping's options. Why was the big shot unwilling to take them to the Archean divinity directly, instead asking them to work as employees? They didn't want to be tricked like fools. Never would they enter the Protector's territory easily. The previously frozen Su Ping blinked and said softly, as expected of superior gods, is 100,000 years just a number to them? Joanna's spear had disrupted the space-time blockade. He had been prepared since the last imprisonment, successfully freeing himself with the waves. Once he said that, Su Ping turned around and looked at Joanna, taking out an employee contract. "Once again, you're welcome to join my store." "Great." Without hesitation, Joanna laid her fingertip on the contract and laid a drop of blood, which left a golden fingerprint on the contract. The rest of the blood was spread throughout the document. The contract instantly glowed after being signed, then emitted an indescribable, overpowering aura. But then, the contract quickly vanished. Meanwhile, Su Ping received the system notification that Joanna's original self was added to the list of his employees. All of her information was displayed on the employee panel. Su Ping didn't have time to read it, but it wasn't like he needed to. Joanna's original self received the employee privilege. She would be resurrected in the demigod burial no matter how many times she died. "Do you feel like practicing with superior gods?" Su Ping asked Joanna with a smile of relief after the contract was signed. A burning fighting spirit inflamed Joanna's eyes. "I've always wanted that." "Fight without fear, then." Su Ping smiled and said with an imposing tone, "I'd like to find the gap between a top ascendant state expert and one in the celestial state." "Anna, that was truly stupid." The godly trio's expressions had a sudden change. The contract's magnificent aura had shocked them. They also realized that Joanna had been completely leashed by Su Ping. She was a mighty war goddess who was close to becoming a superior god, yet she bound herself to a mere human being. How stupid. They were exasperated and completely disappointed in her. Ebor unleashed the exuberant power of the sun. He was so dazzling that his extravagant robe seemed to be burning. He looked down at the two people in the palace and said, "You've forgotten who you are because you've been rewarded beyond your station. Today, I will show you what supreme power really is." He raised his head. The temple seemed to have been infinitely expanded in an instant. Space in the temple had been lifted. It seemed to have become an independent universe. Ebor's raised hand slowly descended like a scorching sun, eclipsing the entire dome of the temple and suppressing everything. Die! A shocking fighting will emanated from Joanna's eyes. She dashed forth with her spear, utterly unstoppable. Her divine power surged underneath her and pushed her body forward as if it were an ancient chariot. Boom! Dazzling light burst out of the spear, revealing a splendid small world. At the same time, a luminous slit appeared on Joanna's forehead. It was her divine seal. Time and space were completely disrupted the moment she struck the scorching hand. A lot of sharp laws were revealed, turning the place into a forbidden land. The nearby Su Ping was about to be caught in the battle waves, when some kind of power shrouded him and melted the chaotic laws about to touch him. The power didn't belong to Joanna, it came from Heather. Joanna knew that Su Ping wouldn't die there, so she didn't have to split her attention to protect him. She was fully devoted to the battle. Once he sensed the power protecting him, Su Ping turned around and looked at Heather. He was surprised to see her smiling at him. The three superior gods had declared war on him, but Heather didn't seem concerned at all. What was on her mind? Su Ping was slightly confused, but he didn't ask. The battle had already broken out at the moment. Joanna's attack was as powerful as lightning. Her toughness and craziness shocked the three superior gods. Ebor's hand was injured. He withdrew it, and golden blood was flowing out of a wound. A high-ranked god like him had been hurt by Joanna. Is she really not afraid of dying? Ebor was rather angry. His eyes emitted coldness. Both Chevalolo and Avril had detected his killing intent before he attacked again. Chevalolo said solemnly, "Attack together and suppress her." Joanna had reached the limits of the ascendant state. She only needed an opportunity, one she had been seeking with her reincarnation, to advance into the celestial state. A bloody battle would be inevitable if Ebor were to fight her alone. They only wanted to imprison Joanna and Su Ping, and later check the big shot's reaction after incarcerating Su Ping. They were still wary when they thought of that powerful character. Avril also took action. A brilliant blue divine power circulated on her body, as if covered in blue flames. She pointed her finger, instantly manifesting the illusion of a crescent moon, which was the contour of her divine world. An expert's small world was bound to evolve and become a divine world when reaching the celestial state. Its power would also change. There would be additional mysterious abilities. She resonated with the laws of the entire world the moment her divine world appeared. All the laws in nature were under her control at the moment. Restrict. Avril spoke in a low voice. Chapter 1067, Divine Mark World. One simple word seemed to be pressing the pause button on the entire world. An indescribable will and power was disseminated, freezing time and space again. Su Ping was unaffected, thanks to Heather's protection. In any case, the four superior gods didn't see him as a threat. Therefore, he had been granted the privilege of observing the battle. Joanna was still as a statue because of Avril's divine world. All her paths and laws came to a halt. Even her perfect paths had been confined. The surging power inside her body was frozen too. It could no longer be unleashed. However, she was a top ascendant expert, and even Celestials would have a hard time freezing her mind instantly. Besides, she had made preparations from the moment they started fighting. Boom! A resounding noise burst out, which sounded like a furious beast. It was akin to thousands of engines being activated at the same time, causing blood-stirring sound waves. A dazzling brilliance surfaced again. Joanna's body and face cracked, the divine mark on her forehead cracked a bit, and the powerful aura of paths and laws flowed outward. Break! Joanna roared, with determination and aggressiveness clearly displayed on her pretty golden face. Being the strongest war goddess in the demigod burial, she had ample battle experience, and she had understood a myriad of paths. She only needed an opportunity to enter the supreme stage. Have you lost your mind? The three superior gods changed their expressions. Heather showed a similar reaction. She wanted to stop her, but she hesitated for a moment. Detonating your divine mark and constitution will be your undoing, even if you leave this place. Avril couldn't help but shout and eased her strength for a bit. But then, Joanna seized the opportunity. However, the opportunity was short-lived. Chevalier took action. He was a superior god, and his reaction was much faster than Joanna's. The summoned an illusion of his divine world. It was a hazy, chaotic world. He pushed the void and pressed it down, resonating with the laws of nature. Joanna's body had been about to break free, but was restrained again. She seemed to be constrained by an invisible hand. The power she had unleashed by burning her constitution was also confined in her body. It's useless. Chevalier's eyes were cold and intimidating. We used to see to our own affairs in the past, so we needed you. That is why your position has only been second to ours. Each of us is hardly able to suppress you, but there's no way you can escape if two of us join hands. You won't even be able to kill yourself if three of us take action. Joanna's divine power was confined, but the determination in her eyes wasn't abated. Is that so? It just so happens that I learned something in the Heaven Path Institute. I'll be trying it on you. An illusion emerged from the cracked divine mark on her forehead. There was another small world inside. A second small world. All four superior gods were shocked by this. Only Su Ping remained calm. I had long heard that the Heaven Path Institute had a special cultivation technique, which allows the creation of an additional world. It is said that such a technique is the only way leading to the ultimate truth. You've mastered a second small world. They were shocked, suspicious, and a little bit frightened. They had heard a lot about the Heaven Path Institute before they left the Archean divinity. However, they never had a chance to study there because of their limited potential, and they weren't part of core members of their family. They had only heard of that legendary cultivation technique, but were never able to figure it out. Joanna's second world reveal was proof that she had indeed been to the Archean divinity with Su Ping. His protector did have access to that place. The gods had been rather suspicious in the beginning, only believing 70% of what Su Ping said, even after Joanna had sworn on her divine mark. However, even if they had completely trusted in her, it didn't mean that they would have chosen to work for Su Ping. they would have still asked Su Ping's backer to move their land to the Archean divinity. She established a second small world that quickly. Su Ping was similarly shocked. Joanna was a true genius, but is it still possible to create a small world when you're already an ascendant? This left him slightly puzzled. Such a thing was supposed to be impossible, according to his mentor in the Heaven Path Institute. Small worlds would be sealed inside the divine mark once condensed. It was indeed possible for an ascendant to create another small world, but that would be pointless if the small world couldn't be integrated with their divine mark. The improvement would be insignificant. Wait, her second small world seems to be rather unusual. Su Ping quickly noticed that the second small world on Joanna's forehead was a bit unusual. His shock increased after a closer look. Joanna's second small world wasn't connected to the previous small world. They were independent. Her second small world was established right inside her divine mark. To put it simply, she had condensed her divine mark, making it a second small world, which accommodated her first small world as a container. The two small worlds had melded in such a way. Still, further enhancement was impossible. After all, there was only one divine mark. Dai. The small world inside the divine mark on Joanna's forehead, including the small world that she had originally condensed, overlapped, and she became twice as powerful. There was a boom. The confinement around her was broken and she was able to move again. However, there seemed to be some sort of force holding her back. More than half of her divine power was restrained. As for the rest, she had condensed it into her spear to stab towards the three enthroned superior gods. You're really trying to get killed. Avril's expression was slightly different, showing surprise and discomfort. She found it hard to understand why Joanna, a goddess, would demean herself like that. She was risking her own life for a human being. Is it because they are partners? But members of different species could never be partners. Who would call an ant brother and fight for him, putting one's life on the line? That was hilarious and unreasonable. She's crazy, suppress her already. Ebor's handsome face was completely cold too. He also took action relentlessly. Heather, who had been protecting Su Ping, blinked and also said, "Talk some sense into her if you want her to live. There's still some time." She stared at Su Ping, wanting to find out what he would choose. Su Ping, however, put on a smile. Even if she dies, so what? Heather's face was frozen. Then fury appeared on her face. The warmth and gentleness in her eyes disappeared. It was replaced by an imposing gravitas. Her face was extremely cold. She's risking her life for you, yet you regard her as a tool. You're mistaken. Seeing the change in her attitude, Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "She's my employee and partner. If she does die, it would be because her boss would have died first." What do you mean? It seems that she didn't tell you everything, Su Ping chuckled. He had realized that those superior gods didn't know they could resurrect. It seemed that Joanna left that part out when she spoke to them. Did she foresee that this would happen, or did she unconsciously keep his secret? Either way, she was a dutiful employee and partner. Su Ping's explanation left Heather frowning in confusion. She had noticed that Su Ping was calm and casual the whole time, without the slightest fear of death. He wouldn't have been as bold, even if the big shot was protecting him, unless the latter were guarding him the whole time. Heather's pupils contracted. She had goosebumps all over her body as she quickly examined the surroundings. Chapter 1068, 1 verses 3. However, Heather didn't detect any other presence after a thorough examination. Still, the result didn't bring her any relief. Instead, she felt colder and colder. She had been observing Su Ping. He was indeed fearless. It wasn't just pretense. The battle between Joanna and the three superior gods had been transferred to a unique time and space constructed by some sort of power, where 10,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Countless laws and paths were collapsing and reorganizing. Figures made of laws were flashing everywhere. The battle was so splendid that Su Ping would not understand it even if he could watch, all due to lack of knowledge. He could only memorize the images. hoping that he would later unravel the details as his level rose. "You've performed too many forbidden skills. Do you really want to die?" Ebor revealed himself during the battle. His luxurious robe was torn and stained with a blood that wasn't his. He was angrily staring at Joanna. He knew that the war goddess was relentless as she fought her enemies. Still, it never occurred to him that she was even crazier when it came to her own self in a real life-and-death battle. Bang! Ebor's question was answered by a divine spear, which penetrated the void in the middle of countless, brilliant paths. Ebor, infuriated, raised his hand and invoked his divine world, turning the tides and holding the aggressive spear as if it were his own weapon. But his expression changed when he held it. His hand shook, and blood flowed out of his fingers. "Oh no!" The formerly calm Avril changed her expression and exclaimed, "Is she going to blow herself up?" Blow herself up? Ebor was just getting angry because of the wound, but his mood quickly changed to shock when he heard that. Is she crazy? She knows she can't win, and that is why she's creating an opportunity for the human to escape by killing herself. He unconsciously glanced at Su Ping and was relieved to see that Heather was by his side. It would be useless, even if Joanna blew herself up, if Heather was keeping Su Ping in check. If she really wants to die, grant her wish then. Chevalelo didn't stop her. He was truly furious. They were only trying to capture Joanna, but the latter had been fighting back with all her strength, even using many forbidden skills. Each of those dangerous skills would leave critical sequelae. Tens of thousands of years would be required to recover. Given all the skills used thus far, she would die even if they caught her alive. At the same time, Heather became nervous as she watched the battle. She knew that Joanna's actions were unusual. There had to be a reason unbeknownst to them. She looked around warily. A feeling of unease started to grow within her, in a place where not a single life was a threat to her. Such a sensation was something she had not felt in a long time. Superior gods are indeed strong, but not as much as I thought. While enveloped by infinite brilliance, Joanna's eyes were bloodshot and her aura was rampant. She had already started to deform after having used many forbidden skills. It was difficult to even keep her rationality. She had never been that strong. Adding her divine mark world, she was very close to the celestial state. Unfortunately, it was still impossible for her to beat 3 celestial state experts. Even so, she didn't back off one bit. Rather, she wanted to gauge her own limits through such an opportunity and really feel the power of the celestial state. Joanna stopped hesitating once the power brought by the forbidden skills began to decline. She would be confined and would lose the power to fight them if she fell from her peak state. So she decisively chose to detonate herself. Her small world, one that contained her countless paths, and the world recently created in the divine mark, exploded at the same time. Her blood and the Titan constitution were fully burnt to a crisp right then. The 3 superior gods changed their expressions upon feeling the terrifying waves of destruction. They quickly changed the space-time surroundings. The entire temple would be destroyed if the power of Joanna's self-detonation surged out. She's truly dying. Heather stared at her closely. She knew that the big shot wouldn't just sit idly and watch if they were present. Still, nothing happened while she watched. Joanna's body, like a scorching sun, exploded along with countless paths and laws in its most brilliant moment, releasing chaotic power. Boom! The entire temple was shaking. The void was shattered. The storm of laws was tearing everything apart. The 3 superior gods immediately overlapped their divine worlds and countered the destructive power. Even so, they didn't look very happy. They had indeed pooled their powers. Each of them had felt some pressure. In any case, the celestial state was exceptional. Joanna couldn't hurt them, not even with her self-destruction, as long as they were prepared. The strongest ascendant expert could merely escape and survive when facing celestial experts, but those powerhouses couldn't be killed by the former. Celestials could barely be hurt by ascendants. Is she dead? Heather was stunned. She didn't expect that Su Ping's backer would just let Joanna die like that. She was still watching Joanna's explosion, but she diverted some of her attention to observe Su Ping, only to see nothing but a peaceful smile on his face. It was as if he wasn't considering the situation a big deal. He wasn't sad in the slightest because of Joanna's death. This human. A rising fury was bursting out of Heather's eyes. But the next moment, her face froze as she was overpowered by disbelief. She looked like she had just seen a ghost. At the same time, the three superior gods in the temple, formerly wearing grim looks after Joanna's self-explosion, changed their expressions and looked ahead in shock. Joanna came back to life. Her body was recreated from the pieces in the middle of divine light, and she was back in her peak state. The spear in Ebor's hand flew back to Joanna in a streak of light, profiting from his shock to escape from his grasp. Her hand was beautiful and strong, just like before. "Let's fight again." Joanna stepped forward, her aura rising quickly. All sorts of forbidden skills surfaced instantly on her body. She charged at the three superior gods with her spear. She was dead. Space and time were shattered. How could she have resurrected? The superior gods were dumbfounded. The stronger they were, the greater their shock. Did she resurrect by revering time? Impossible. Space and time had been shattered. What was there to reverse? According to them, it was impossible for Joanna to resurrect. They didn't understand what kind of power could revive her. She might have summoned herself from a time in the past by using the laws of nature. However, she had already been destroyed at that moment, and she couldn't possibly summon herself from the past. That is, unless someone else did it. All of them were shocked at the thought of that. They looked around and didn't detect any unusual aura. They instantly stared at Su Ping, only to find that he was calm and unsurprised. That human is indeed behind all of this. He knows why. Even if someone took action, could they really have summoned her from the past? That's impossible. She just blew herself up, cutting her past and her future. It cannot be reversed. Even Chevalolo, always the calmest among them, was shocked and unable to think with clarity. Such power was beyond his comprehension. They wouldn't have been as surprised to see a resurrection if a Star Lord were present. They would have just assumed that it was a time reversal and an ascendant state method. Ascendants would have thought that it had been a celestial state method. However, being celestials themselves, the superior gods knew how thoroughly Joanna had detonated herself. It would have been impossible for them to save her. Besides, some of the forbidden skills Joanna performed had absorbed and cut her power from the past and the future, making it impossible for her to resurrect in any way they knew. Maybe ancestral gods would understand, since they were much stronger than superior gods and had mastered powers they didn't understand. Such a powerful cultivator could have accomplished that. They were covered in cold sweat after considering the implications. They had never felt that uneasy and frightened as they were at the moment in their whole lives. If Su Ping's protector was an ancestral god, they could be gazing at that place right then, undetected. Boom! The three superior gods simultaneously took action when Joanna charged toward them with her spear. Instead of a counterattack, they simply pushed her away. None of them dared to attack randomly again. They were observing the environment with all their might, hopping to find the author of that feat. However, the person was like a nightmare, one that only existed in their hearts. There was no sign of him at all. "Stop!" Chevalolo couldn't help but say when Joanna tried to charge again. "Let's talk nicely. We don't have to do this." Joanna paused and demanded, "In other words, you're willing to let us go?" Chevalolo hesitated and changed his expression. He was no longer confident of keeping Su Ping if Joanna could resurrect. Still, if they allowed him to walk away, they wouldn't have a similar opportunity again. What if their guess was wrong? Or maybe that big shot couldn't show up for some reason at the moment. If that were the case, that day would be their best opportunity. But he wasn't willing to take his chances. He would be forever doomed if he made a mistake. "How did you resurrect?" asked Ebor directly. Although he could take a guess, he wanted to hear Joanna's reply. "None of your FC King business." Joanna's reply rendered Ebor speechless and grim. Her worst would have been to act cold and tough when she addressed them, but she had changed, as she was becoming truly rude. "We wouldn't have done this had you told us that you could resurrect, along with the rest of the big shot's capabilities," said Avril, frowning. Joanna suddenly looked at her and then smiled. "Negotiations should be done on equal grounds. Do you think there would be an opportunity to negotiate if I have to kill myself in order to prove we're worthy of negotiating with you as equals?" Chapter 1069, Divine Eye Tree. Avril was stunned for a moment. She fell silent for a moment. "Let me ask you again. Will you let us go, or do you want us to fight our way out?" Joanna stabbed her spear into the floor, making the temple tremble once again. Her eyes were as cold as lightning. "Silence." After a long pause, Chevalier said slowly, "We apologize for our offensive behavior today. You may leave. Mr. Su, I hope you understand that we meant no harm. I will surely welcome you in person if you come again." Joanna's eyes glittered. She didn't expect that the superior gods would truly bend. "That will be unnecessary." Su Ping sounded rather calm. It was unclear whether he meant that the gesture was unnecessary or that he wouldn't return. Chevalier's expression showed a slight change after such a response, but he didn't say anything else. He didn't want to make an enemy out of Su Ping. He could always wait and handle things in the future, as long as there was a sliver of hope. Joanna looked at the superior gods thoughtfully, then withdrew her divine brilliance. She then returned to where Su Ping was. Joanna spoke in a low voice, "Let's go." Su Ping nodded. Heather approached them quietly. Su Ping was surprised by her move. He asked, "Senior." "I'll walk you out," Heather smiled. Gentleness and tranquility were restored on her visage, as if their confrontation had never happened. Su Ping thought for a moment, but didn't comment on it. Su Ping didn't know if she was part of the scheme in secret. In any case, she didn't attack them openly. They left the temple. It was sunny outside. The temple stood magnificently at the center. It had a sacred and inviolable appearance, always basked in sunlight. Heather asked, "Are you leaving right now, or do you want to take a tour? If you don't mind, you can visit my place. Since you're here for the pursuit of true knowledge, my Divine Eye Tree might be of help." Divine Eye Tree. The tree used to be a sapling growing near the primordial Divine Eye, which was destroyed in the war. The sapling then ended up on this wasteland, and I found it by chance, said Heather with a gentle smile. Noticing Su Ping's confusion, Joanna added in a low voice, "The primordial Divine Eye is the source of divine power in the Archean divinity. It's called Divine Eye because it resembles an eye. There are also rumors that it is an actual eye, but few people believe it. It's hard to imagine that the eye of any creature could contain such a terrifying amount of energy. The Divine Eye Tree basked in the light of the Divine Eye when it was just a sapling, so it naturally assimilated many paths and laws. Some of the perfect paths have evolved among its branches. They might inspire you," said Heather as she stared at Su Ping. Su Ping was no longer courteous after hearing that. "All right, let's go there and take a look." He had made the trip and fought a battle. He didn't want to return empty-handed. As to why Heather had invited him, Su Ping didn't care one bit. Whatever she was up to, it wouldn't prevent him from achieving his purpose. Heather was slightly relieved after Su Ping accepted her invitation. Her choice to not intervene in the fight had been the right one. At least she could be counted as one of the superior gods who was still on friendly terms with Su Ping. She raised her hand, and the surrounding space swirled again. She quickly took everybody with the unusual movement technique she had used before. This teleportation technique is named Void Walker. I can teach you later, Mr. Su, if you're interested, said Heather gently. She remembered the interest he had shown for the technique on the way over. Okay. Su Ping nodded, not refusing her kindness. Heather chuckled, felt somewhat reassured. A moment passed, and the three of them arrived at Heather's temple, which floated in the sky around a beautiful garden, filled with lush grass and flowers. "Mr. Su, would you like to taste the coffee I invented?" proposed Heather. Su Ping shook his head. Let's check the tree first. I'll enjoy your coffee later. Heather's eyes glittered. Does it mean that he would come again? She felt delighted. It seemed that Chevalier and his reckless partners didn't scare Su Ping off. Or maybe, was he fearless because the big shot behind him was just that formidable? All the guards and servants in the temple knelt down upon Heather's return. Heather took Su Ping and Joanna to the garden behind the temple, where a brilliant, golden tree was planted at the very center. Divine power surged and circulated on the tree. Every golden leaf emitted a dazzling light. Some of those leaves had complex patterns, while others carried unique auras. Su Ping immediately detected voices around him. He felt he could almost hear something. His eyes glittered as he quickly approached the tree. Each of the leaves contained a complete path. A quick glance was enough to shock him. This tree is so amazing. There are also perfect paths flowing among the branches. The surrounding space seems to be thinner and somehow connected to an unknown world. Su Ping was fascinated. He even saw some familiar paths on a couple of leaves. The path of fire, darkness, lightning, and others were present, but Su Ping didn't see the 4 supreme laws after a general scanning. Were they unique? Su Ping turned around and asked Heather, "Can I eat these leaves?" Heather's smile immediately froze. Eat them. The idea had never crossed Heather's mind. After all, the complete paths on the leaves would eventually become perfect if the tree kept growing. That would signal the tree's true maturity. However, it would take such a long time that several generations of gods of rules might die of old age. If you want to, of course. Heather made the decision in her heart. Holding back her regret, she said, "If you eat them, you will have a chance to feel the evolution of laws. As to eating perfect leaves, there's a good chance that your corresponding path will be completed, and a small chance that it'll be perfected." Seriously? Su Ping was stunned and surprised. That was truly a great treasure. Why did he make the trip? To perfect his paths. As long as he completed one of the paths, he would be able to touch upon the source world and peep at the long river that was the origin of countless paths. Thank you very much, Senior. Su Ping bowed respectfully and quickly turned around. He plucked a handful of golden leaves. He felt the leaves' aura as he placed them in his mouth. Heather had a bad feeling when Su Ping bowed at her with such solemnity. Her blood was freezing when she saw how Su Ping was gulping down the leaves. Joanna couldn't help but glance at Heather. She suddenly felt sorry for her. It was clear that Heather hadn't realized what she had bargained for. If the divine tree could talk, it would have said, "Thank you so much." Eat. Su Ping quickly picked the leaves of the divine tree and stuffed them into his mouth. His iron teeth, lined with their own power of laws, chewed the leaves. The laws affixed to the leaves immediately seeped into his body like smoke. Su Ping instantly saw how plenty of laws had evolved. Fire, ice, lightning, metal, soil, and others. Countless basic laws that could be found in every universe evolved and constructed a small world in front of Su Ping's eyes. Su Ping was still plucking leaves as this happened. The evolution was increasing in speed. He breathed heavily as his brain quickly absorbed and learned. Very soon, he made quick breakthroughs on some of the paths he had just grasped, then fully mastered some of them. Behind him, Heather's eyes were twitching when she saw Su Ping's crazy methods. She was no longer able to smile gracefully. She bit her lip hard and her face turned pale. She clenched her fist a few minutes later. Joanna had been staring at Heather, fearing that the latter would go on a rampage. Even she felt that Su Ping was being outrageous. But soon, she realized that his actions weren't outrageous. "It's fine for you to eat the leaves. Why are you chomping down the branches?" Even Joanna was dumbfounded. Heather was obviously worse. Her eyes were almost popping out. It had been a long time since she had felt as angry. Joanna took a deep breath. She pressed Heather's shivering shoulder and said in a muted voice, "All for our homecoming." Heather was shocked by her answer. She gnashed her teeth and replied, "All for our homecoming." A few minutes later, Heather breathed heavily. Her eyes were bloodshot. I don't want to go home anymore." Joanna's heart raced and she quickly said, "Calm down." Su Ping gradually stopped, right when she was about to lose it. The divine tree, which had grown for so many years in the demigod burial, painted quite the sorry sight. It had lost a lot of its leaves. One of its branches had been broken and eaten too. Su Ping was standing still, clinging to the tree trunk. A long time later, flames surged from Su Ping's body, and the temperature rose quickly. Two golden wings appeared on Su Ping's back. They were in fact the wings of a golden crow. Heather's expression changed upon noticing Su Ping's aura. Is he a descendant of an ancient golden crow? Her astonishment was pronounced. Those ancient creatures had lived much earlier, before the Archean divinity took shape. Su Ping was enveloped by golden crow flames, but they couldn't hurt the divine tree, even though they could burn anything. Heather had quickly taken action. Su Ping was apparently embracing the tree and the flames lapping its bark, but he was actually at a very distant point in space, far from the tree. If Heather wished it so, she could take Su Ping to another point in time and space, making it look like he was still there. The branch he just ate was a perfect path of fire. Joanna blinked. She was quite eager to find out what would happen. Chapter 1070. Paths must not be taught easily. Su Ping looked like a sloth, latched onto the divine tree. Flames were at the moment surging on his body with many different features: burning, heat, explosion, splitting, among others. He was shrouded in an indescribable aura, making him look as if he were in another world. More flame laws were gathered on Su Ping. They were being perfected too. Those features seemed to be melding together into a single one with countless variations. The perfect path is all about reorganization and unification. Su Ping gradually had an epiphany. Not only did he have to understand all features, he also had to combine all of them. That was why it was difficult to attain a perfect path. Still, he had already mastered all those features just by eating the branch and seeing the evolution of the perfect path of fire. Only a combination was needed, which was the most difficult step. I have to find the most well-hidden features in every law and analyze them, so that I can combine all the features into one. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes, then said to Joanna, "Can you control the flow of time here? You want to cultivate, how much time do you need?" Joanna immediately understood what Su Ping was thinking. "What's your maximum?" 100 times at most, without twisting the other paths in this place," said Joanna. 100 times it is then." "Okay." Joanna unleashed her divine power. A space-time aura surged and covered both Su Ping and the divine tree. The flow of time was instantly slowed down. Joanna was able to easily do what Jai Zuking could. She was also a top heavenly lord and a pure-blood god. Su Ping had found the threshold to a perfect path via the branch he had consumed. But once he made his approach, he discovered that the task required not just wisdom, but also time. Su Ping immediately devoted himself to training after Joanna slowed down the time. He quickly analyzed and combined the available traits. Time went by bit. Heather was greatly relieved to see that Su Ping stopped eating the tree. She asked Joanna, "Why is he cultivating so desperately?" "Because the legacy of a superior god is awaiting him," said Joanna. She didn't keep it a secret, as she didn't think it was necessary. Even superior gods had to go through Su Ping's store if they wanted to leave that world, and the only way was to become his employee. But none of the employees could leave the store, so they would not pose a threat to him. No matter how much information she revealed about the Federation, it wouldn't affect him. The only things that would have to be kept secret were the abilities Su Ping acquired from cultivation sites. The legacy of a superior god. Heather was dazed for a moment. Joanna glanced at her and said, "You lost a precious opportunity because of your recklessness. You could have gone to the Archean divinity too. What a shame." Heather's eyes glittered. She shook her head and said, "I didn't expect them to be that bright." "It wasn't just the three of them, was it?" asked Joanna in a low voice. Heather's eyes glittered as she gazed back at her. "You think I was part of the scheme? Yes, we did have a prior meeting. We even planned to confine him and force the big shot to rescue him. It's better to take the initiative anyway. But later, we thought that peace was the best option. We all wished to go home anyway. Peace? Joanna shook her head and heaved a sigh. You hoped for peace, but your attitude was disappointing. That's the gods' greatest weakness. The Archean divinity was shattered only because we were too arrogant to fight as a group, wasn't it? Heather was silent for a long time. Then she remembered something and gazed at Joanna. Anna, you've changed a lot. You would have never said that. Isn't the point of our long lifespan to have the opportunity for us to change? Asked Joanna. Heather was stunned and silenced again. She knew that Joanna's changes were due to the young human, or the terrifying big shot behind him. Anna, you said that the Archean divinity was restored, the Heaven Path Institute was rebuilt, and the high-ranked god clans returned. Do you think our families survived? Said Heather as she reminisced. Joanna shook her head. I'm not sure. You know how vast the Archean divinity is. We went to the Heaven Path Institute as soon as we got there. We only had time to cultivate. If you're truly curious, you can take a look for yourself. You're asking me to become his employee. Once he heard Joanna's implication, Heather put on a bitter smile. I'm not as courageous as you. I cultivated for far too many years to reach this high level. I didn't do all this just to bow before a human being. You're doing it again. Joanna couldn't help but shake her head. It was true that something was ingrained deep in the goddess' bones. Heather slightly opened her mouth, lost for words. She didn't say anything else. Indeed, she couldn't just entrust her life to Su Ping that quickly, not only because he was an inferior human. She wouldn't have trusted him even if he were a high-ranked god. That required absolute trust. She found it hard to understand why Joanna trusted that human to such a degree. If Joanna's trust could be won that easily, she would have been tricked a million times by the spies that her enemies would send over in wartime. How about I send a reincarnation to him like you did? He doesn't need your help. Joanna shook her head and interrupted her. But we need his help. That proposal is useless. Heather was silent. Indeed, signing a contract with a reincarnation would be a show of distrust. In fact, she could have deceived Su Ping if Joanna weren't there, or used mental control on him, all to establish a contract with her reincarnation without him realizing it. But Joanna was right next to her. She certainly wouldn't allow that. They both fell silent. Time went by quickly. The flames covering Su Ping receded after a long time passed, and the wings on his back were also retracted. The only thing different were the new locks of red hair on his head. They looked like fire. They contained an unusual power of laws. Su Ping opened his mouth with a peaceful, yet regretful mood. He had analyzed all the traits related with the path of fire, but he didn't find a way to combine all of them to perfection. Analysis required time, and the final combination required an epiphany. Su Ping wasn't stupid, but he was trying to grasp a perfect path. Figuring out the solution would hardly be possible with a single meditation sitting. He needed both an opportunity and an inspiration. He's past the barrier and is very close to perfection. After observing Su Ping's changes, Heather knew he had received ample returns from the branch. She could only feel sorry for herself. Su Ping looked back and posed a question to Joanna. He wanted to seek both her help and that of the other superior god. Maybe they could answer it. This is about the real path. I cannot teach it to you. Joanna shook her head. She would have taught him long before if she could. In fact, the so-called perfect path isn't really perfect. The nearby Heather uttered a shocking revelation with a calm tone. The real perfect paths lie deep in the source world. The perfect paths we know are just keys to the source world, but you may alarm something forbidden if you enter that world with a stolen key. Paths must not be taught easily, otherwise disasters may arise. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. Something forbidden, what's that? There were once celestials and even stronger experts who publicly taught perfect paths, but they soon went missing. Nobody knew where they went. The same thing happened later on. Nobody dared to impart real paths soon after. Only laws were taught, said Heather. They went missing. Su Ping was astonished. Teaching complete paths would make someone disappear. He suddenly wanted Heather to try. Unfortunately, she wasn't his employee. Otherwise, he would have loved to find out where she ended up after the disappearance and all the implications. Although curious, Su Ping didn't ask her to become his employee, but he didn't think she would accept. Anna, you need to hurry up. Enter the celestial state sooner. I want to see what will happen, said Su Ping to Joanna. Joanna instantly realized what was on Su Ping's mind and rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm some sort of lab rat? Of course not. And even if you were a rat, you'd be the most attractive rat in history, said Su Ping. It was completely unusual for him to flatter her. Joanna instantly showed an expression of contempt. Heather was amused by their conversation and chuckled. Her mirth soon came to an end because Su Ping started chewing another branch. Chapter 1071, Perfection. This time, Su Ping picked a branch covered in lightning. It contained a complete path. Crack! Su Ping held the branch and quickly took a bite. Whenever he had a problem chewing, he grabbed a few handfuls of leaves and patted his chest, all to make it easier to swallow. Hold it! Once she noticed how infuriated Heather was, Joanna quickly said to her, the branches will grow back sooner or later. 1 tree in exchange for the chance to return to the Archean divinity is surely worth it. Heather gritted her teeth and held back. Very soon, Su Ping finished the branch and continued his analysis. A long time later, divine light glowed on Su Ping's body. He had fully mastered the path of lightning too, but it was still not a true perfection. Su Ping jumped to another branch and continued biting. Heather's aura was surging, but Joanna stopped her and said, out of sight, out of mind. This tree will be eaten up very soon. Just hold it in. Heather almost vomited blood. The tree would be eaten up soon. The divine eye tree was one of her favorite treasures. It was enough to raise plenty of top major gods, star lords. It was very useful even to gods of rules. Only the top gods of rules whose paths and laws were all perfect, such as Joanna, wouldn't need to use the divine eye tree. Do I really have to hold back? Yes. Heather gnashed her teeth and glanced at Su Ping again. She felt like stomping, but her graceful demeanor, which had been etched to her bones, helped her in the end. She took a deep breath and turned around, blocking all her senses. Even the sound of Su Ping biting the branches was painful to her. Joanna looked at her back and put on a smile. She then stared at Su Ping, who was like a monkey on the tree, and her eyes twitched. She suddenly realized that, since her original self had signed a contract with Su Ping, would he decide to visit her temple sometime in the future? The thought gave her the chills. Time flew. The leaves on the tree were plucked, and the branches disappeared in Su Ping's mouth one after the other. Only the barren trunk was left in the end. The tree had helped Su Ping improve significantly. He now mastered 37 laws instead of the previous 9. He had fulfilled more than half of the requirement for the 8th astral painting. Regretfully, he had yet to condense a perfect path or reach the source world. Perfection and mastery are very different. Su Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly. What he needed was not mastery. According to Jai Zuking, he would be able to master plenty of laws easily if he could enter the source world. Perfection was what mattered. This trunk is surrounded in the aura of paths, but it doesn't contain any specific laws. What will it bring? Su Ping held the trunk, then took another bite with a bit of hope. He bit off a piece of wood which was made of laws. The chunk was torn apart by the laws covering his teeth and soon transmuted, becoming unsubstantial laws. He had just tasted traits from plenty of laws, but this time, the trunk had only turned into a stream of refreshing aura which sharpened Su Ping's mind. He was able to think with much more clarity than before. Is the trunk the basis of all paths? It can enlighten me. Su Ping had an epiphany and instantly began to chew the trunk. He's really going to eat up the entire tree, isn't he? Heather had turned around at some point. Her heart was bleeding when she saw him chow down. This tree is already wasted. Might as well let him have it, said Joanna, not feeling sorry at all. "We can get a few more saplings for you if we can return to the Archean divinity." "That's easy for you to say." Heather glared at her. "The god eye is protected by ancestral gods. It cannot be approached that easily. If the ancestral gods hadn't left the god eye for the war and this sapling hadn't somehow fallen on this wasteland, I couldn't have gotten a hold of it." Joanna smiled. Her attempt at comforting had been seen through. She didn't know what else to say. Heather didn't say anything either. She merely heaved a sigh, hopping to fix their relationship using the tree as a peace offering. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Su Ping, who had eaten half of the trunk, unfolded the golden crow wings on his back. Flames spread out, almost melting time and space. The time Joanna had slowed down was instantly affected. Intense ripples began to spread. She soon regained control and stabilized her space-time arrangement. Joanna was at the moment staring at Su Ping with glittering eyes. Heather also noticed what happened. It truly shocked her. Fire. There was more red hair on Su Ping's head. There were also fiery patterns on the golden wings protruding from his back. The space around him was also filled with laws of flames. After half a year of meditation, Su Ping finally made a breakthrough and perfected the path of fire. Once he felt the perfect law of fire, he finally realized the difference between perfection and mastery. The perfect path was all-encompassing and absolutely stable. It couldn't be torn apart. When Star Lords battled, apart from resorting to colliding small worlds, they mainly attacked each other by harnessing laws. The solidity of their laws would decide the outcome. The loser would be torn apart, while the victor would stab through the opponent's small world violently. After all, small worlds were made of laws too. If laws were destroyed, the enemy's small world could easily be shredded too. However, perfect paths couldn't be torn apart. If it was condensed and perfected, it would be simple and unbreakable. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes, which were as clear as glass, filled with infinite light. Laws were flashing in his eyes like shooting stars. The world was changing before his eyes. The formerly empty air actually contained laws that looked like threads. They were the traces of all things, operating according to laws. Once a perfect path was controlled, he was able to see through the simpler laws. As for celestial state experts, they would be able to see the functioning of deeper laws in nature, which allowed them to infer anything that might happen. Su Ping lowered his head and looked at himself, only to find that his body was burning like a furnace. It didn't contain real flames, but the aura from the path of fire. Su Ping raised his head again, then saw Joanna and Heather. He immediately discovered different lights above their heads. Joanna's light was golden, while Heather's was green. The first one was brilliant and explosive, and the other was quiet and peaceful. There was the power of laws in their clothes, which prevented him from seeing through. Su Ping felt somewhat sorry, but soon he looked at the void. Flames gathered in his pupils. The void was instantly split apart and everything zoomed in quickly. It was like entering the microscopic world at a high speed. The laws around him were constantly changing, but the path of fire kept on guiding him like a red line. He was moving towards the end of the red line non-stop, until he entered a boundless world. Was it nothingness? Su Ping felt that his head trembled. Then, he saw the most glamorous world in front of him, where all kinds of lines in different colors were floating. Su Ping detected an intense aura of laws from those lines. Is that the path of lightning? Su Ping saw a purple line. It was more of a hopping lightning bolt than an actual line. That was the deepest manifestation and the most original appearance of the path of lightning. Is this the source world? Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He detected the exuberant aura of laws around him, which was even more abundant than when he chomped parts of the tree. Eating the tree caused the sharpening of his senses 100-fold, allowing him to capture and learn the tiniest laws. Still, it seemed that he only needed to touch the laws gently to understand their origins while being in that place. Chapter 1072, One Finger. Su Ping extended part of his consciousness to touch the source of lightning. His head immediately rumbled, and plenty of laws of lightning were transmitted to him, directly taught by the source of lightning. Technically, it wasn't teaching, it was more like stealing. All sorts of laws of lightning appeared one after the other. Su Ping instantly realized why it was easy to grasp laws in the source world. He could easily master everything he touched. Furthermore, it didn't even seem difficult to achieve perfection. Perfection was a barrier. Like Heather said, it was merely a key. He would quickly soar if he found the key and entered the source world. If he was strong in one aspect, he would be as strong in others. This place is indeed slightly different from the Federation's domains. Why are all the path sources gathered here? Is this the deepest part of the world? Su Ping was deep in thought while learning the path of lightning. Very soon, the lightning source seemed to have realized that Su Ping was stealing. It struggled and flew away. Su Ping was slightly surprised to find that the path sources were dodging him. He didn't give up and quickly extended his consciousness. He felt that his path of lightning would be perfected if he completely absorbed the lightning source. All the path sources around him seemed to have detected an intruder when Su Ping's consciousness was spread out. They dispersed and flew to deeper places. Su Ping was caught unprepared. He thought unbelievable that path sources would act like living entities. Are paths a type of life form too? Su Ping didn't give up. He persisted and moved onward. He soon found that the aura of paths around him became abundant and sticky. He somehow was entering an invisible river and was slowed down by the current, but his senses were also being sharpened. Path source. Su Ping was in a trance. The abundant path aura made the surroundings look like a river bed where paths were being born. He suddenly realized why the place was called Source World. It was not just the source where paths gathered, but also the spot where paths were born. If the great paths were born there, did it mean that the place was the center of all worlds? Su Ping came to a realization while in the middle of the abundant path aura. It was exactly at that moment when he suddenly heard a voice in the distance, as if someone were calling out to him. The voice gradually approached as he listened carefully. It was a strange language, but Su Ping thought he had heard it somewhere before. He was sure that it wasn't from the Federation, but from one of the cultivation sites. He had been to many cultivation sites when he trained pets. Some of the smaller cultivation sites were fragments of bigger cultivation sites, just like the demigod burial was part of the Archean divinity. He had heard the language in one of the small cultivation sites before. By then Su Ping recalled that it was the tongue of Asura kings. They were an ancient race that had fought for ages against gods in the primordial times. Su Ping was not that familiar with the Asura kings' language. He listened carefully for a moment and finally realized what they meant. But he was puzzled. How could there be Asura kings in the source world? Hurry up and go. They somehow seemed to know him. Why were they telling him to run away? While he was puzzling things out, he suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't feel anything, but his blood was curdling and his body was cold, as if something invisible was approaching him at a quick speed. What is that? Su Ping's heart was racing. Such an uncanny sensation felt as dangerous and terrifying as the pressure given off by ancestral gods. Still, it was different from that godly pressure, irresistible like a falling mountain or a sun. The pressure he felt at the moment was creepy and scary, as if he had fallen into the hands of a giant that could squeeze him to death at any moment. What's in this source world? Damn it. Su Ping had an awful look. He didn't know why the Asura kings had warned him, or what was approaching him, but he didn't want to leave just like that. He had accomplished perfection exactly to find a way to establish a third small world in the source world. Accomplishing perfection was not his target. Establishing a third small world was. An enormous force pushed him exactly at that moment. He felt that his body was beyond his control. The dispersing laws and paths quickly moved away. The aura around him faded away too. Shortly after, he was seeing things in reality again. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He had been ousted from the source world. It seemed that the Usura kings had done something as an attempt to help him. I can probably go there again. I'm visiting a cultivation site. I can resurrect even if I'm caught in a dangerous situation. I should find out what's out there exactly, thought Su Ping. But he didn't immediately head back. He looked at the two goddesses instead. How about it? Did you see the source world? Joanna knew Su Ping had woken up, seeing that the fire in Su Ping's eyes had faded away. Su Ping nodded and immediately asked them, "Have you been to the source world before? What kind of place is it? I think I encountered a threat back there." You encountered a threat. Both Joanna and Heather were rather surprised. Joanna asked in confusion, "Are there dangers in the source world? Did you enter the deepest parts? I heard that the root of all paths lies in the depths of the source world. It contains a mysterious power and is being guarded by an unknown entity." She glanced at Su Ping and continued, "But you only grasped the path of fire, which should have been too basic for you, to eventually see the end of all paths." Heather nodded and asked, "Did you see the guardian of the source world?" The guardian. Su Ping was confused. "I heard this from my grandmother when I was little. It said that a very powerful being had attempted to cut the source of paths apart and destroy all universes. Luckily, others noticed it. Many strong experts fought back and secured the source world. People have been watching over the source world in turns ever since, so that it won't happen again." Heather added, "Once the source world is cut apart, any person with cultivation below gods of rules will lose all power. Gods of rules would also lose half of their powers. Superior gods and even emperor gods might be influenced too." Su Ping was speechless. Cut the source world apart. What kind of lunatic would have done that? Also, that kind of power was truly unbelievable. "I didn't see clearly, but I think I met two people. One of them helped me, and the other was very dangerous." Su Ping recounted his experience, hopping to find an answer. "One of them helped you, and the other tried to kill you." Both of them were stunned by his retelling. Only the guardians existed in the source world. If Su Ping had met them, they should have agreed on whether to banish him or to kill him. Weird, did something change in the source world? Heather was puzzled. She rolled her eyes and glanced at Joanna. "You're under the protection of that big shot. Do you want to take a look?" Joanna nodded. She was thinking the same thing. A dazzling brilliance emanated from her eyes. Everything in her view faded away, and she entered the source world. She opened her eyes a moment later, clearly baffled. "I didn't feel anything. Are you sure you were in danger?" Su Ping was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you enter a different place?" Joanna was lost for words. She said, "We're not much distant from each other. The places we entered should be close." Su Ping didn't think Joanna would lie to him. He didn't understand. Was it an illusion? He immediately gathered the path of fire in his eyes. Very soon, the world before his eyes zoomed in again and he re-entered the source world. He didn't see any paths or laws there. All had escaped. He looked around, planning to go deeper, when he suddenly had a feeling of terror, as if something had locked onto him. The next moment, an enormous shadow appeared in front of his eyes. It looked like a collapsing mountain. There were helical patterns and a sharp shell on the mountain, which made it look like a finger. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He had detected unparalleled strength and a familiar aura from the finger. Bang! He felt an excruciating pain, which quickly disappeared. Su Ping returned to the darkness. He had died. Resurrect. Su Ping decided to resurrect on the spot. He saw shock on both Joanna and Heather's faces when his body was gathered again. Joanna was shocked because she didn't expect him to die abruptly. He had obviously been assaulted in the source world. Heather was shocked because she witnessed the amazing resurrection again. This time, she found that Su Ping had not been revived with the laws of space and time either. It was a power she couldn't understand. This resurrection cost 100,000 energy points. The system's reminder echoed in Su Ping's head. He was stunned. 100,000 energy points. That was enough for 10 trips to the Archean divinity. Resurrection had always been charged for 1/10 of the ticket fee. He would usually pay 200 energy points for resurrections in the demigod burial. Why is it so costly? Su Ping couldn't help but ask. You died in the source world, not the demigod burial, and that's why the resurrection cost is different, replied the system calmly. Su Ping was taken aback by that. Chapter 1073, Return. Considering the resurrection cost, is the source world actually a place much more terrifying than the Archean divinity? Su Ping was surprised as he speculated. He was also slightly puzzled. The source world was not one of the system's available cultivation sites. The Archean divinity was already on the top of the sites list. According to the rules of the system, the ticket fee for the source world is at least 1,000,000 energy points. It's 100 times the cost for the Archean divinity. Su Ping couldn't help but click his tongue. 100 times the cost of the Archean divinity. What did it mean? Heather had previously said that someone had tried to cut that world apart. It was similar to slashing the Archean divinity, right? Considering the strength of cultivation sites themselves, the guy could have cut the Archean divinity 100 times over. Ancestral gods should be at the top. Was that invincible expert in a realm beyond that of ancestral gods? Even so, they were still too strong. Who could have stopped them from achieving their purpose? Su Ping had always thought that ancestral gods were the strongest. He was still far from that cultivation realm. He was dumbfounded and driven to despair upon learning that there were beings dozens of times stronger than ancestral gods. How long exactly was the path of cultivation? Why is the source world not listed amongst the other cultivation sites? Asked Su Ping. If the cultivation site were available, he would have been able to train countless powerful pets in it. The system didn't reply to Su Ping, as if it would have disappeared. He tentatively cursed the system. Very soon, the system gave him a warning. Su Ping felt rather gloomy. So the source world might really be the center of all worlds. No wonder it's possible to access it easily, even from the demigod burial as long as you have perfected laws. But why was Anna not attacked? Did they happen to miss each other? Su Ping raised his eyebrows, finding the occurrence strange. The source world, which the system had yet to subdue, might contain deeper secrets. Also, the thing that looked like a finger squeezed and killed him easily as if he were a worm. Right, my body was in the demigod burial, wasn't it? I should have been charged for the cost in the demigod burial, right? Su Ping asked. He was not suspecting that the system had ripped him off. He only wanted to know the reason why. But you died in the source world, replied the system briefly. Su Ping was rendered speechless. Was it because his consciousness was erased in the source world? He felt rather regretful. Even though he had a lot of customers and daily revenue, the resurrection cost was still too expensive for him. Were you attacked? Joanna asked, while looking at Su Ping's constant change of expressions. By the guardian of the source world. I didn't see them completely, but probably. Su Ping wasn't sure. After all, he had been killed by a mere finger. Nearby, Heather seemed to be very frightened. Did you meet them? The guardian of the source world is usually not as ferocious. Also, I think it's not easy to run into them, unless what you're doing is a threat to the source world. She had a weird look as she spoke. Could Su Ping be a threat to the source world? A threat, Su Ping thought had not done a thing, was touching the lighting path of violation. But what was the point of entering the source world if I can't touch other laws? It was like opening an adult video without doing anything else. Wasn't it torture? Joanna also had a weird look. Obviously, she didn't consider Su Ping a threat to the source world either. Besides, he had merely cultivated in the source world. That other guy shouldn't have interfered. Su Ping should have been considered as nothing more than a grain of sand to the source world. Do you want to take another look? Heather encouraged Joanna. Joanna didn't consider it a big deal. She was very curious about the source world's guardian too, whom she had heard so much about but never seen. As time went by, all the ancient stories remained unconfirmed and sounding surreal. Don't, you'll die too if you meet them. No need to die for nothing, Su Ping hurriedly stopped her. The source world was too special. He didn't want to waste his energy on it. Heather's eyes glittered. It was a great exploring opportunity. She didn't think that Su Ping was simply wishing for Joanna to be safe. She could see an obvious expression of regret on Su Ping's face. It seemed that resurrections aren't costless, she thought to herself. Still, she didn't want to figure out what the exact cost was. She simply wanted to grasp more information. It seems that the ancient legends are true. The source world has indeed been cut off in the past. That is why it's being defended. Joanna was slightly surprised that Su Ping had stopped her, but she didn't do anything reckless. What kind of monster could have cut apart the source world? Su Ping glanced at them. Was the Archean divinity destroyed by a similar being? Heather was stunned. She shook her head. Our intruders were even more terrifying. Also, it wasn't just an individual but a whole group of them. They weren't from the same species. Huh? Su Ping was confused. Is this superior god mistaken? Are you sure? Whoever is able to cut off the source world could have cut the Archean divinity with ease, right? Asked Su Ping. Heather looked at Su Ping in surprise. Why would you imagine such a thing? The Archean divinity was born from chaos and existed for a long time. Nobody could have cut it apart. It was defended by ancestral gods anyway. She suddenly realized why Su Ping asked the question and explained, "You got it all wrong. The source world can be cut off because it's insubstantial. You only need to cut apart the countless paths found within. Ancestral gods are already capable of doing such a feat. Even someone like me is able to cut off some parts of the source world. I believe it shouldn't be hard to cut apart the source world with one strike when I rise to higher levels, or become an ancestral god." She looked at Su Ping and added, "Ancestral gods are the strongest beings in the entire world. They're invincible." Then why was the Archean divinity destroyed in the end? Su Ping asked back. However, what Heather had said made him realize that he probably had a misunderstanding somewhere. According to the system's rating, the source world was indeed better than the Archean divinity. It was very likely the center of all worlds anyway. However, cutting the source world was not 100 times more difficult than cutting the Archean divinity. So, even if the invincible expert was strong, he couldn't have been 100 times stronger than a group of ancestral gods. If that were the case, he could have destroyed the top worlds such as the Archean divinity with one strike. He wouldn't have needed to cut apart the source world at all, simply opting to blow up each and every world, one by one. Heather was rendered speechless by Su Ping's question. In the end, she simply said, "It's because we were invaded from all sides. The ancestral gods were held back by other experts too." Su Ping didn't argue with her. It was pointless to discuss something that happened in the past. He wouldn't know for certain unless he became an ancestral god and traveled in the river of time to find out what really happened. For him, his top priority at the moment was to strengthen himself. He looked at the remains of the tree, which was only a stump left over, then thought for a moment. He decided to leave it there, even though it might take countless years for the tree to grow up again. He probably wouldn't need it anymore by then. If Heather only knew what was on his mind, she would probably burst into fury again. It would be like spraying salt and pepper on her wound. "Didn't you know that it wasn't yours? Did you see the state you left it in? Do you have other treasures I can make use of immediately like this one?" Su Ping asked Heather curiously, blinking with innocent-looking eyes. Heather had goosebumps all over her body. She had never felt as much pressure from a senior before. "No. The other items are still unusable for you. This is one of my favorite and most precious treasures." "One of," Su Ping mumbled. Heather almost vomited blood. What is the meaning of that? But Su Ping didn't insist. He couldn't just rip her off anyway. "Let's go," Su Ping said to Joanna. Although the trip wasn't all smooth sailing, it was quite rewarding in general. Instead of seeking the opportunity for a perfect path from the four superior gods, he had grasped the perfect path of fire through eating. All in all, he had obtained more than he originally expected. "You're heading back." Heather slightly changed her expression but was soon back to normal. Will you come here again? Of course. Su Ping looked at her strangely, obviously aware of what she was implying. His expression seemed to be saying, "Do you think I'm scared of you?" Heather was actually relieved to see his expression. She nodded and said, "About returning to the Archean divinity." Su Ping waved his hands, not giving her a clear reply. Heather knew she was being too hasty. She heaved a sigh and said, "I will welcome you in person next time you visit. Let's talk about that later." Su Ping didn't say anything else and called Joanna over. Joanna hesitated for a moment, then looked at Heather. "Take care of my things. I'll come back." Heather nodded, knowing she was asking her to take care of her subordinates. After Joanna was done, Su Ping communicated with the system, then chose to return in advance. Soon a vortex appeared, enshrouding both Su Ping and Joanna, making them disappear in front of Heather. Heather was stunned as she watched them leave. She vaguely detected a terrifying aura radiating from the vortex, as if something indescribable were standing in the middle of it. It was even more awe-inspiring than the Supreme Temple. Is this how they leave? Heather didn't expect Su Ping's departure to be as simple and straightforward. She never saw him communicate with anyone. It looked as if he were controlling the whole thing. That big shot is indeed watching over him all the time. Heather felt a chill. The vortex made her understand that the big shot was someone with an overwhelming strength, far above her. Even if she had the help of Chevalelo and the others, it would be impossible to win. After all, none of them had the power to travel away from the demigod burial that easily. That place was like a prison to them. However, I can't be the only one paying for our return to the Archean divinity. Heather couldn't have looked more regretful as she gazed at the leftover stump of the divine eye tree. Chapter 1074, Primordial Zombie. At the store, both Su Ping and Joanna reappeared. There were two Joannas, one taller and the other shorter. They looked as if they were twins. Joanna's original self concealed her aura and glanced at the store, only to find that she was still unable to see through the closed rooms. She couldn't help but heave a sigh. The big shot behind Su Ping was indeed far stronger than she could possibly imagine. "Take some rest here. I need to pay a visit to the Archean divinity," said Su Ping. He was unhappy since he had been unable to form a third small world yet. Also, he had a speculation to confirm. To the Archean divinity. Joanna was stunned for a moment. "Are you going to cultivate and visit the Heaven Path Institute? If I run into any big shot, I'll tell them what you need and see if I can find anyone to help you," said Su Ping. Joanna's heart shivered. She couldn't help but ask, "After everything that Avril and the others did to you, have you already?" "Already what?" Su Ping felt amused, understanding her line of thinking. "They did offend me, but that doesn't mean I can't help you. Why would I punish my friend because of other people's stupidity?" Joanna felt dazed. She didn't know how to describe her feelings, but then she knew she made the right decision. "Whatever they did, I won't stop with our plans because I'm doing it for you," said Su Ping with a smile. Joanna nodded and suddenly said, "In that case, they can't just get everything without paying up. I'll ask them for something later." "Well," Su Ping was lost for words when he saw her roll her eyes. When did she become this shrewd? Who taught her that? "Fair enough. We cannot let them board the ship without paying for the ticket. Heather's divine eye tree, for example, was a good enough treasure. It wouldn't hurt if we get more," said Su Ping. Joanna nodded quickly. "I'll filter the treasures thoroughly." Well, she was smart anyway. Su Ping glanced at her and felt reassured. He said, "Take some rest then. I'll be heading out." "Okay." Su Ping didn't take Joanna or Tang Ruyan this time. He would be busy training and wouldn't have time to take care of them. After all, he wouldn't be able to resurrect them if they were too far away when they traveled using a temporary contract. He said goodbye to Joanna and activated the cultivation site again. Su Ping entered the distant, ancient world soon after. He felt that something was wrong the moment he got in. He appeared in the middle of a seemingly vast sky, and he was falling fast. He quickly regained control of his body and looked around. Then, he saw the most appalling scene. So he wasn't in the sky, but right next to a massive eye socket. The master of the eye socket was such a gargantuan, ferocious beast that he couldn't see its whole body. He had been falling from the top of the eye socket. He had yet to reach the bottom after a dozen seconds. The empty eye socket alone was as deep as a 10-story building. The most terrifying fact was that such a ferocious beast was dead. Its skull still had rotting flesh and blood in some parts. Special auras and energy were spreading from the pieces of flesh. It seemed that the flesh wasn't simple meat. It seemed to be a hybrid of some sort of energy and laws. Not even a celestial state beast could be this big. Su Ping's heart raced, but he soon calmed down. He had seen much worse. Besides, he was invincible in that place. Without another thought, Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and his other pets, then asked them to absorb the remaining flesh, which was an unusual treasure. While the little skeleton hopped and searched around on the beast's skull, Su Ping flew out of its eye socket and rose higher, trying to get a complete picture of the ferocious beast. He rose higher and higher until he was able to see the complete appearance of the beast, which had the head of an elephant and a human-like. It also had a pair of rotten bat wings on its back. The wings alone were as vast as a forest, enough to cover several cities. Su Ping couldn't help but think, such ferocious beasts could have only been born in ancient worlds such as the Archean divinity. The 1,000-meter-long ascendant beasts he had seen in the Federation were just worms in the presence of such a creature. It had definitely been a beast with a realm beyond the celestial state. Its prey might have been celestials. I keep seeing these things. No wonder my heart is so strong. Su Ping was truly impressed. Even though the beast was dead, no other beasts could be detected in the vicinity. All of them had been scared off. Su Ping circled the ferocious beast and soon saw something even more terrifying. He saw a huge claw mark on the spine of the beast. The claw covered 1/5 of the spine. It was broken with a single strike. The spine was as solid and long as a mountain ridge, and yet it was shattered by one strike. It was probably killed by a bigger and more terrifying beast. Su Ping was terrified of the picture he was imagining. The Archean divinity was too dangerous. It was probably the wilderness where a lot of ferocious animals lived. Even gods would think twice to enter. Maybe the place was a forbidden land. After circling around the massive body, Su Ping flew down to examine it. The body had been mostly eaten up, but there was still pure energy left inside. Su Ping entered through the wound on its abdomen. He instantly heard the screams of restless ghosts and felt a chilling cold. Countless creatures had perished in the beast's entrails. Even their souls were confined. Still, none had dared to escape, even after the beast died. They simply lingered inside. Little skeleton. Su Ping instantly summoned the little skeleton, as it loved undead creatures the most. He had detected many powerful undead creatures inside, some of which were even in the ascendant state. "Have some fun here," Su Ping said to the little skeleton. The little skeleton nodded. Then he changed his boy appearance to his old skeleton look, and crimson flames erupted from his eye sockets. He charged at the ghosts and played with them. Su Ping didn't join the battle. He waited in the corner while the little skeleton cleaned the place up, so that he could explore the place and see if there was any valuable treasure somewhere. He had mainly gone to the Archean divinity to check things related to the source world. I sensed the heavenly tribulation aura on that finger when I was killed in the source world. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he had a theory. This time, he had gone to the Archean divinity, which was far from the demigod burial, so he would definitely appear in a different location when he entered the source world. Light gathered in Su Ping's eyes. Soon, the world zoomed in his eyes again, and the source world was revealed. At the same time, Su Ping covered himself in lightning again. It wasn't an unusual kind, but the aura of lightning he had learned when he experienced heavenly tribulations. Lightning covered his body and concealed his aura. Su Ping's plan was simple. He wanted to hide himself with the aura. The guardian was probably related to the heavenly tribulation. he might be able to trick them. Covered in heavenly tribulation aura, Su Ping observed the source world and instantly found many wandering paths and laws. They were like worms or tentacles of a ferocious beast. The scenery was rather creepy, but it was deemed as a delight in the eyes of cultivators. They could learn paths quickly if they touched their sources. They detected me and escaped when I tried earlier. I need to figure out a way to restrain them. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He immediately remembered his path of fire and extended a fire to tie up a golden thread. The golden thread seemed unperturbed. The red path of fire approached, quickly tying up the golden thread. Su Ping instantly extended his consciousness to sense it. Soon after, a magnificent amount of thoughts were transmitted into his head. The golden thread turned out to be the path of rock, which contained the laws of many substances, such as gold, silver, and many others. The path of rock would make it easy to refine gold and other rare metals from plain ground. Gold was actually very cheap when compared with rare metals. Refining metals was only the path's simplest application. The attainable wealth from metal refining was not worth mentioning for a master in the path of rock. After all, not everything could be bought with money in the Federation. Su Ping's expertise on the path of rock improved at a fast pace. Many fragments of understanding were directly etched into his heart. His mastery of the rock path rose quickly and was nearly perfected. Right then, the path of rock struggled violently and broke free. The other paths and laws nearby seemed to be alarmed. They immediately dispersed to escape. Su Ping widened his eyes warily. The same had happened before, and the guardian in the depths of the source world was attracted. He looked around while chasing the path of rock. Nothing happened as he moved onward. Su Ping realized that his speculation had probably been confirmed. His lightning aura concealed him, avoiding the guardian's detection. Su Ping boldly ran at full speed. His step was accelerated by the path of fire and other laws. Soon, he was able to catch up with the path of rock and tie it up again. Su Ping gleaned more pieces of understanding and quickly absorbed them. Chapter 1075, Blood Eye. There was no telling how long it had been, but the path of rock that Su Ping had restrained was loosened all of a sudden. It immediately dashed away. Su Ping, on the other hand, stopped chasing it since he was busy contemplating. A long while later, golden light gradually surfaced on his body, then gathered to form a golden thread. It was none other than the path of rock. The perfect path of rock, Su Ping mumbled in disbelief. Earlier on, he had hoped to ask the four superior gods about the way to grasp a perfect path. He knew that the chances were quite slim. He had hoped to learn from them, but he didn't really think they could teach him such a concept. Paths must be taught easily. Even superior gods were limited to merely offering him a look. They couldn't simply stuff the fish in his mouth. Whether or not he could catch any fish depended entirely on his aptitude. The divine eye tree, however, was an unusual treasure which had given him an opportunity. Otherwise, Su Ping wouldn't have grasped a perfect path in just 3 months, even though the flow of time had been altered. Still, he had already grasped 2 perfect paths. The path of rock in particular, it couldn't have been grasped in an easier manner. His expertise on the rock path had only been at a beginner level. However, it was easily perfected just by retraining one of the rock path sources. All the rock traits had been mastered and combined. No wonder those seniors said that it would be very easy to move forward after passing the threshold. Su Ping took a deep breath to calm his excited state. There were plenty of path sources there. He only needed to catch them. Good thing I experienced plenty of heavenly tribulations and found their mysteries, which allowed me to simulate a heavenly tribulations aura. Otherwise, I would have caught the attention of that formidable guardian once I hunted more path sources. But there's still no telling whether or not it's the heavenly tribulation that's covering me. I can only do some tests when I return. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He didn't hesitate, simply letting the paths of fire and rock take him forward. However, the path sources formerly gathered in that place were all gone. They were nowhere to be seen. Were all of them alerted? Are they really that shrewd? Su Ping frowned. He continued wandering. After a short while, he finally saw a path source which seemed to have also noticed him. The path source swooshed and disappeared when Su Ping looked at it. Su Ping was speechless. He wandered for a moment but didn't see any other path source. He had to give up. Luckily, I have access to other cultivation sites. Different cultivation sites would entail different coordinates. While the local path sources were alerted, there must be others available elsewhere, Su Ping thought. If the source world were a pond, he had tossed a stone in that place and scared off the fish. But there were fish elsewhere. Or maybe he could kill himself and resurrect elsewhere. It was also possible for him to encounter unalerted path sources. Su Ping was not in a hurry to leave. The real purpose of attaining a perfect path was to condense a third small world. Su Ping detected a strange aura inside the source world, one that was similar to that of the illusionary world. Every world is made of countless laws. This source world must be made of a special law. It can be called the source law. This world is founded on that law. It's the reason why the path sources are gathered here. If I meditate here and grasp the source law, I'll be able to establish a third small world with it. Su Ping calmed down and sat cross-legged. He gradually sank his consciousness into the world around him. He then examined and analyzed any unusual bits. Time flew. Su Ping didn't feel the passage of time. His progress was rather slow. That strange aura was rather thin. He knew it was because his perfect paths were about fire and rock, which were the basics of every universe. That was why he could only reach the edge. More time was needed to figure out the source world's law. Fortunately, Su Ping was patient. A terrifying aura descended at some point, while Su Ping was deeply devoted to his meditation. It wasn't in the source world, but in the outside world. The terrifying aura crawled all over Su Ping like countless spiders and snakes, giving him goosebumps. He could not help but wake up from his meditation and his stay in the source world. He saw the body of the ancient beast again. Most of the restless souls in the flesh and bones had been cleared, but some were still fighting against the little skeleton. The dark dragon hound and the inferno dragon were helping. It was quite the fierce battle. Su Ping didn't hear their battle noises until he returned. All those skeletons and restless souls stiffened when Su Ping glanced at them. The restless souls in particular, they didn't even dodge the little skeleton's attack. They shivered, not even daring to scream. Su Ping knew that it wasn't because of him, but because of whatever was hovering right above them. He struggled to turn around and look up. The sky with thin clouds had disappeared. It was replaced by darkness. Once he became used to the environment, he noticed that it wasn't true darkness, but a huge area covered in black fur. It was boundless, blocking the entire sky. Even though he could resurrect and death was nothing to him, Su Ping still had goosebumps all over his body because of the terrifying pressure. His face was pale and his heart was racing. He was overwhelmed by an irrational fear of dying. Is it another ferocious beast? The idea popped up in Su Ping's head. Positioned in front of him, both the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound stopped, not daring to make a careless move. Squeak! Something hopped in front of Su Ping at that moment, as if noticing his master's fear through their bond. It realized that its master was being threatened, so it stood in front of him and bared its fangs to snarl at the sky. It was the young chaos beast. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. The young chaos beast hadn't gathered enough experience or experienced torture in cultivation sites. It was still a juvenile compared to the little skeleton and the other pets. It hadn't been with Su Ping for long, but it had been growing fast thanks to its bloodline. It had already broken through to the star state. However, it jumped out and instinctively faced what was scaring Su Ping. Su Ping could tell it was furious and frightened. It was just that fury had suppressed the fear. The beast was snarling partly because it was scared. Su Ping was stunned for a moment, then felt warm upon seeing the beast's reaction. He already considered it a partner, even though he hadn't trained it yet. Exactly at that moment, the black fur blocking the sky moved forward, as if the creature was about to leave. But then a crimson moon rose. It was an enormous eye, which filled up the opening on the body's torn neck and stared at the living creatures inside. Su Ping's heart was bashed heavily, and his head was on the verge of exploding. A single glance from that creature made him feel that his mind was collapsing and his body was about to explode. A terrifying pressure descended and leaped into his body, inducing a substantial fear. Su Ping then felt he was back to when he stared at the illusion of the ancestral god behind Mo Feng, the godly prince he was trying to kill. The pressure he was experiencing at the moment was even greater. It wasn't an illusion after all, but an authentic, terrifying beast gazing at him. What is this thing? I've experienced lots of heavenly tribulations, but I cannot even resist its gaze. Su Ping was appalled. His face was already frozen stiff. Any Star Lord would have been driven mad in this situation. Even ascendant experts would be trembling with fear. Su Ping noticed that the black, vertical pupil in the enormous eye contracted, and countless tiny particles were glimmering inside. He discovered that they were actually made of perfect laws. The beast's entire body, including its every cell and hair, seemed to be made of paths and laws, containing the most essential power. It was indestructible. The contracting black pupil gazed at the young chaos beast in front of Su Ping. The young chaos beast no longer dared to roar from then on. It moaned like a stray dog and moved back to Su Ping's side. "Moo!" An ancient voice echoed, as emerging from the void. After a boom, Su Ping's body exploded before he could react. He was as dead as anyone could be. That kind of being didn't even have to bat an eye in order to kill him. But Su Ping didn't choose to resurrect randomly. He resurrected on the spot, eager to find out what kind of ferocious beast it was. Right after resurrecting, he saw that the little skeleton and all the other restless souls had exploded. However, strangely enough, the young chaos beast was unscathed. Su Ping was stunned because of such development. He then resurrected the little skeleton and his other pets. The bloody eye gradually shifted its attention from the young chaos beast to Su Ping at that moment, as if amazed.